gonna be the best navigator ever!
I know you will.
I thought it was finally over. Until I heard the whisper of the void.
Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Only Facebook or Only TikTok. Load now! Isa, pampasarap, ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto to plato, sarap panalo. Luto to plato, sarap panalo. Luto to plato, sarap panalo. Luto to plato, panalo ang luto mo.
You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff?
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert! Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over! Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Contact Arctic Aircon today. Let our team of experts provide the perfect solution for your cooling needs. Stay cool, stay comfortable with Arctic Aircon, your trusted air conditioning rental and services provider across the Philippines.
Ito na ang pinaka-inaantay na selebrasyon! Excited na si Bibi! Marami pa siyang kailangan gawin para maging ready ang lahat.
Bibi, huwag masyadong pen. Focus!
Ganito ba? Ha! Ay, naku!
Bibi!
Gatot ka siya? Need help?
ako.
Ito na lang!
Wag na! Please, ibalik niyo na ako sa base! Wag!
Bruno! Hello? Gising, Bruno!
Okay na ako, Bibi! Let's go!
Asikasong tunay si Bibi. Tumulong sa heroes, nag-set up ng event. Kahit koryo, hindi niya pinalagpas. Magsisimula na ang pinaka-inaabangang performance of their lifetime. Pwede nang huminga ng malalim si Bibi. Pero teka, tinatawag ata si Bibi sa stage. Todo kilig, todo bigay, todo ang saya ni Bibi! Dahil sa pagkakataong ito, si Bibi naman ang bumida.
Nice to meet you! Daddy, what's a navigator?
Navigators safeguard the lighthouses across the Nexus Sea. It is a responsibility that we must uphold.
Dad?
I'll always be with you.
Target acquired! Frontier Justice! Ready, go! For all the Laylas out there!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera. HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko man ang wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, beast to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko man ang wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 16th season of the MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix GT30, the power behind every madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on. BPI, the official bank partner of the MPL Philippines. Mas epic na bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partners in esports. Clear. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear. NOR. Sarap panalo with NOR. And our official suppliers. SIP. Alis uhaw, SIP na. Arctic Aircon. The difference in cooling. And Go Hotel. Tara na sa Go Hotels. Let's go explore more. Don't miss any action by following the official MPL Philippines pages and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL Philippines on TikTok for more content. Witness and experience a new era of MPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs live at the Canada Astrodome. Go to the official MPLPH website to secure your seats. No ticket, no problem. You can still be part of the MPLPH playoffs hype. Experience the action live at the Superfan City Festival grounds and join the free watch party. Don't miss the fun, freebies, and the ultimate Superfan experience. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
ito ang pagkakataon. Champions Arena, unang laban ng Best of 7 Series. At magsisimula na nga ang lower bracket finals ng Season 16.
Entry pa rin mula sa kambing. Ngayon mapipilitan umatras ang members ng TLPH dahil tumumba na si Cartesi. Mukhang isusunod si Sadford. Kundi tinatamaan ng mga bala. Pero si Shakno ay makukuha din pala na double kill for Owen. Gumagante pabalik ang Cavalry. TLPH will get the first blood.
Sinong makakapag-set up to get the damage done? TLPH leads by 1. TNC looks to equalize.
Tuloy yung Dragon! Yung black lang ng 4 para siguro ito sa Sadi para may kinabuhay. May sa dalawa. Sakto kay Sadford kay Sadi. Mexican! DC ang papanatan inside at papapaso ng apoy ang Team Liquid Philippines! Pick up. Wow! Nasasakto sa amin ng members ng TNC. May texture job na to engage pero huli na. Diretso sa base ng ating ina. Ruparagasa at nagmamadali. Pupunta ang Team Liquid Philippines na lamang ng isang puntos kontra sa TNC.
At dito na nga natin malalaman kung match point na ba para sa Team Liquid Philippines o makakabawi pa ba ang Phoenix Army ng TNC Pro Team. Welcome to game number 4 ng ating finals of the lower bracket.
Ilansi ang kuha ng game. Diretso mga members ng TNC unti-unti. From Lancy, getting away with the Brazil. Shutdown and a triple. Pero sa Chango ang unang nabala. Benny Duty ay tutumba na rin. 3 men down from the Phoenix Army. Nandyan si Trimar at si Zaida para subukan ng pigilan pa ang pagkagasa. Pero sabi ng Team Liquid Philippines, isa na lang.
Para sa TNC Pro Team, they do not want this to be over. This is their best finish mula pa nung Season 9 and they don't want it to end like this.
Ito na yung counter-engage. Kung di nila nakuha yung susubok sila kayong lumaban. Tumitil ng mga buhay. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin mga boy at ubos ang mga kabalyero ng TLPH. Pinipigilan ng apoy. Napapasok na dadarang ang Team Liquid Philippines. May minions sila nakapasok. Pero teka lang, ginagawa lahat ni Saida. Sa palang na lang! Kaya tuloy ang marcha papuntang Grand Finals, papuntang Jakarta. The Golden Stampede is still on!
The stage is set, the crowds are roaring, and we are waiting for the big clash happening here in Cuneta Astrodome. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 16's Grand Finals. We are going to be here to witness history being made as we will see our two M7 contenders battle each other to get the Immortal Cup. I am we're going to be your casters for the day, and panelists for the day rather, Rockhart alongside the Brigada. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very, very, very hyped up for this upcoming Best of 7 because we all know that last night's Best of 7 was already emotional enough.
It was.
That video showed how emotional it was. There was a lot at stake, especially for TNC, but sadly it had to end there. But I feel like this Best of 7 is just the same. It's just as emotional.
It will be. It will be a best of 7 to determine the grand finals and the winner of the World Cup. But before that, let's go ahead and thank our sponsors. We gotta go level up again with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up with Vibe right now, you'll get 50 raffle entries because last month we already gave out 200 lucky winners of 1,250 MLBB diamonds each.
Yep, and this month we've raised this amount so you can potentially win 50,000 diamonds. You just have to download, sign up for Vibe now, and begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI.
That's right. It's not just our players who are winning today. It's going to be you guys as well. So go ahead and join us and load on Vibe. And of course, don't forget, we're also using the ultimate gaming sim here. It's Smart eSIM. More data, more GG. Experience the winning power of Smart's Unli 5G. Enjoy it with Smart's digital prepaid eSIM.
Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on.
And I personally have gotten a lot of victories with the Smart 5G experience. Of course, this tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. Whew. All right, so we always have to do that. It feels like it feels electrifying here. When the crowd walked in, it was dead silent. Everyone was waiting for our players. They want to see how our players feel. How are they looking after that really emotional fight yesterday, the best of 7, TNC versus TLPH.
You could definitely say that for the Cavalry, who are already here in the arena, and I think a lot of them are actually present already because we're quite packed, and it's a bit too early to say that compared to the previous days, but this is the matchup that we'll be seeing for the grand finals. TLPH have accomplished their, well, you can't even maybe call it a lower bracket run because they didn't start in the beginning of the lower bracket.
It's a visit. It's a lower bracket.
Yeah, but they're the ones who dropped down to the lower bracket. So technically, this is going to be a rematch because the last time they saw each other was 2 days ago.
That's
Just
right.
2 days ago.
And that last one, as you can see right there, was pretty brutal as well. 3-1 for Aurora. It was a pretty solid and pretty convincing victory, if I may say so myself. But you know what? Right after that, we saw a very angry TLPH face off against CNC, and they showed no mercy.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people know how terrifying Liquid are when they're angry. Although we did see a bit of a difference in terms of their emotions after winning last night, because I feel like a lot of them were already very, very happy with securing their ticket to the M series, that Sanford even accidentally slipped and nearly said that he was happy with just this, but he immediately took it back. You know, you can't be happy with just that. You of course want to still win the back-to-back champions.
Actually, I talked to RC right after that. I said, you might be forgetting, guys. You're fighting a back-to-back. You could get a back-to-back MPL Philippines Championship. And he said, you know what, you're right. We're going to double up our efforts and we're going to show you a good show, as they always say.
Yeah.
But yes, absolutely, TLPH feels like they're really on form. Right after that, it felt like a big breath of relief that they were able to secure their M7 slot. Again, their minds are on that golden road. They're still on the quest to complete it, Brigida.
Yes. On the other hand, though, I think Aurora, if you look at them, if you pass by them in the hallway, you could feel how their aura seems very locked in, how badly they want this. And Yue is that type of player who's just usually very jolly, and he always looks like he's bouncing when he's walking, but when you see him before the grand finals, there's a bit more seriousness to his overall aura, you know? And Yue is a guy that we will be talking about later on, because he probably wants this really, really badly.
I think he does. I think all of Aurora are roaring to get, obviously, they want to achieve that, like 2 Auroras in M7, but they also really want that championship. They have been showered with doubts. Even before the playoffs started, they were showered by the phrase that I don't really want to say, but you know, a lot of doubters. That's at least, say the least, for Aurora. I think they really want to prove that wrong.
There's a high chance that if you scroll
a little bit,
you already have an idea of what we're talking about. But it's so nice to have Rockheart in the panel as we talk about the MPL Philippines tournament history.
That's right.
Imagine that. We've been 16 seasons in the league, and so far this makes it a bit more important for Liquid, I guess. We could go back to Liquid for a bit, because it's not all the time you get to see a team secure a back-to-back championship.
It's scary. Sunsparks did it first, obviously followed by Blacklist International on season 7 and 8. We also see a bit more consistency for Blacklist. They got to Season 10, but after that, it was just Echo non-stop almost, with a little bit of an insert by AP Brand and Fnatic Onyx Philippines on Season 12 and Season 14. So that's why I had to remind RC, you know what? Look at this, man. Look, you can do another back-to-back here, solidifying your status here in the MPL Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, look at 11 to 13. You mentioned it. It could have been a back-to-back-to-back. But it just slipped out of their hands. We already started observing some tendencies of Liquid, of Echo, whenever they get into the playoffs, or even like what tends to happen when they're in an even or an odd season.
Exactly, you see it right there. Season 12, Season 14. That's when it started. And so some people are going to be saying, you know what, maybe the curse is real. This is something that we're trying to change, but for the meantime, obviously, it's all about immortality for our players. The Immortal Cup is the target right here, and a lot of them are still, we have like 3 first-time hopefuls. Yes. Surprisingly, Yue being here since Season 11, 5 seasons or 4 seasons of him just barely making it to that top.
Whereas on the other hand, Carl, Oheb, and JP, the only players in the league this season who are 5-time hopefuls, all stay and remain up until the very last day. So imagine how big of a feat that is to get 5 championships in the league.
I mean, how can you even touch that? How do you even touch that? 5 championships. That is going to be insane. That's happening for Carl, TZ, Oheb, and JP, or possibly happening for them. Edward's catching up, though.
Yeah,
really.
but I think Edward, you know, when it's about M Series, you gotta give it to him.
He's super focused when that happens.
These players that we see who have their names still lit up on this graphic of chasing immortality have arguably a lot of accolades and achievements already under their belt, but it feels different this time. It's like, as I think confirmed, the most competitive season already in MPL Philippines history, there's a lot more hunger and drive for these players to actually win it this time. Now more than ever that they've had such a great record, and now more than ever that they're so close to proving all those doubters, to basically denying all those accusations that have been thrown against them.
That's right. I mean, basically we're fighting against doubters, against curses, against all the bad juju in the world that you can face, you can even think of. But at the end of the day, it's all about their dedication to the craft. It's all about the skill that they are showing on the stage time and time again. Consistency is becoming to be an issue, or starting to be the focus of a lot of our players. How consistent can they get to the top, or stay at the top as well? We're talking about Carl Tees as well, with his legend status, with his now famous quote that he's the one getting chased by the game. It's not him chasing those rings anymore, Brigida.
Yep, he is the face of MLBB. And right on cue, you just mentioned consistency. So we're seeing Mr. Consistent and the face of MLBB as the front runners here in the biggest, or in one of the biggest rivalries perhaps that we see in the grand final stage. That's Edward and Carl.
That's right. These teams have been duking it out. Look at that. Season 14, this was Onyx Aurora. Season 15 is TLPH versus Onyx. These are the longest rivalries ever in the grand final scene, and finally we're seeing a semblance of being like consistent for at least for TLPH and RORA. It's like they're always part of that trio with Onyx.
Yeah, that's true.
They're facing each other time and time again in the grand finals.
It's these 3 teams, and a few more months back, you could say Falcons too was part of that.
Yes.
It actually used to be Liquid and Falcons, but things changed. They nearly got there, and if you missed it, it was very unfortunate that Liquid and Falcons actually had to go against each other in the first day of the playoffs, which are, again, eliminations.
It was an elimination game right off the bat in play-in, so that was really tough to watch. Obviously, that was the last clash of the Titans. They used to be the Titans. At least for now. For now. We are not done yet quite with, we're done with the year, but you never know what happens next year.
The earliest we'll probably see that is next year.
Next year.
Next year.
And again, stuff changed. I think that's one of the biggest factors as well. Why the big shift in power is as well their adaptability, the team's adaptability to stuff that's being thrown at them, specifically in the patch.
Yeah, I agree. I think we got to observe certain teams who have clearly struggled to some extent to adjust. It may not be entirely in terms of hero pool, but even in terms of drafting and the priorities that they have when once they head into a game against teams who are a bit more flexible, versatile. And I probably could mention Onyx as an example. There seems to be a bit of confusion still as to how they are going to fully grasp the patch and how are they making it fit into their playstyle.
Yeah.
But Aurora, Liquid, TNC, especially because of Benny Cutie, right? They've adjusted so much. They've completely adapted and committed to the meta of having the option to go fighter, the option to go marksman, and Aurora, interestingly, I feel like we haven't even seen them go all the way in terms of that.
I think we talked about that a little bit yesterday, where it feels like there's still like a hidden gem here for
Dominic
Aurora.
mentioned that.
I think Dominic mentioned that, right?
In an interview.
So, I wonder, guys, what do you guys think? By the way, big 07 to TNC and Onyx there. Again, they were, I think, they admitted as well. Why not? We saw an interview with him where he kind of admitted that, you know what, there is a bit of it was a big learning curve, right, for them. And that's why it was also very apparent that, some wins in the draft were happening to the favor of their enemies, which it does happen again. And I really hope to see Onyx and TNC come back stronger a lot next season for sure. But again, we will not be seeing them in M7. That's one of the biggest storylines from yesterday. There will be no defending champion for M7 this year.
Yeah, and I feel like both teams heading into today's matchup are in such great condition. Like, I honestly wouldn't even feel threatened even if Aurora has to go through, let's say, flying clouds or things like that. I feel like they've prepared well enough for this, considering that they're also the only team who got a one-day rest before the grand final, since they did have an upper bracket run. For Liquid, though, they've been here for 5 days.
They have been non-stop here for 5 days. The fans are super stoned. And speaking of Liquid, of course, they are going to be one of our representatives, by the way, in the upcoming SEA Games for MLBB. So that's really saying something. And I think we will be seeing them here on stage before the game starts. So big treat here. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage and see Team Liquid, our reps.
Soon, the SEA Games will begin. And while our players are battling it and will be battling it here at the Champions Arena, they have also been preparing to represent our country in one of the biggest stages in esports.
And we are proud to introduce our Southeast Asian Games representatives, our SEABO MLBB men's and women's team.
Lane, it's Diagon. At the jungle, it's Alpuerto. At the mid lane, it's Amores. At the Rome is Perez. At the gold is Vivero and Cordova. And their coach, Coach Salman Makarambon. Now, in the men's division, at the EXP lane, Finuya. At the jungle, Nepomuceno. At the mid lane, Babico. At the Rome, it's De La Cruz. At the gold lane, it's Soriano. At the Rome, it is also Roma. And their coach, Coach RC Cruz.
We will surely stand by you and support you as you carry our flag to bring home the gold.
And I believe it is now time, since we have already introduced our Southeast Asian Team Cebu representatives, we are here together with some very important guests. First off, let us please give a warm round of applause to Pesos Executive Director Mr. Marlon Marcelo, Pesos Project Manager Mr. Victor Tan Kabuay,
Joined by Cebu General Manager Mr. Leo Jab Escutin, Ms. Janet R. Tumang, Supervising Sport and Games Regulation Officer, and Mr. John Carlo R. Felix, Sports and Games Inspector.
please take our center stage. MPL Arena, let us please give them a warm round of applause. What a lineup that you have built for us, para sa bansang Pilipinas right from the start. Boss Lon, Mr. Marcelo, what has been the impact of our continuous participation in the Southeast Asian Games sa lahat ng mga taon na nangyari?
This goes to show our strength, especially in the mobile games category. Sa mga hindi nakakaalam, we're going for Pete. Kasi from the previous SEA Games, palagi tayo nag-gold medal sa MLBB, lalo na sa men. So, we're expecting them, hopefully, na makakuha tayo ng gold, and for the first time sa women's natin, magka-gold din tayo.
And that is the goal. Tiwala ba ang Pilipinas that we will get gold medals?
Of course!
Love the spirit. Boss Lon, that is exactly what we are expecting as well. Boss Vic, I'm gonna be asking you almost the same question. Ano ba yung, gano'n na ba kalaki ang naging impact ng esports here through participating in those kinds of games?
Well, as you can see, parte na ng kultura natin, entertainment culture, yung esports. And as well, government recognition as well. So, sana patuloy pang lumaki yung esports sa Pilipinas. And syempre, expect nyo rin, pagdating sa mga competitions, iuwi namin yung panalo. Tatry namin mag-gold palagi para mas lumakas pa ang esports sa Pilipinas.
That's the spirit.
That is indeed the spirit. Boss Jab, you've been with a lot of our teams every time they have been participating here in the MPL. But let's talk about Team Cebu, both the men's and the women's teams. How are the preparations going like in order for us, kaya nga nang sabi ni Boss Lon, to get that gold medal finish?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank yung sa preparations namin. We are on track with all of our preparations with the help of our friends from the PSC, our Commissioner Walter, our President Bambo for our POC. We are very lucky to have all of their support, including our friends from the GAB. So right now, I think the best question is, how are the other countries preparing for this caliber of competition? MLBB is the pride of the Philippines, and we will continue to defend it. Thank you.
The defense is exactly what we're gonna need, Boss Jab. Miss Janet, we know that this is a huge moment para sa bansang Pilipinas. Just a quick reminder, para sa lahat po ng ating mga sumusuporta sa Team Cebu, ano po ang mensahe ninyo para sa kanila? Please invite them to show some support para sa dalawa nating teams. Or maybe even, you know, Mr. Felix, you can also do it as well. Maybe take the reins. Ano pong mensahe nyo para sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa ating national teams?
To our MLBB community, let's continue to support our national team, our Cebu team in the upcoming SEA Games po. Patuloy din nating ipakita sa buong mundo na Pinas lang ang malakas.
I love that.
Bibigay ng patunay na tayo nga ang malakas. And now I think it is time, Boss Vic, for you to showcase the jerseys that will be donned by our national teams. Champions Arena, give it up for your Team Cebu national men's and women's team. This is is the pride of the Philippines, and I think it is now time for us to toss it back to our panel.
And those are the men and women who will be representing the Philippines and lifting the flag, waving the flag all the way into the SEA Games. And I have to say, I am not worried. I'm not worried at all.
I don't think anyone in the Philippines feels worried. They were so cute in that moment where they were holding the jersey. Those were our gold laners.
That's right.
Soriano. And we also had Gla. She looked so cute there with a small braid. But it's so nice to see them again. Honestly, I think they've been really consistent in terms of bringing the name of the Philippines.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, I don't think anyone ever feels nervous about what can happen.
Almost the same people flew all the way to MSC and got those trophies as well, Brie. I'm not worried at all. I feel like they are still the best of the best when it comes to MLBB. When you think about the global stage, right? Even in the women's division, very few teams actually face off against them. And
true.
even, although, again, all of these are all coming later on, so stay tuned for that. But we're going back into the matchup right now. On hand, it's RORA versus TLPH. It's a continuation of the Epic Rivalry.
Again, we're seeing these two teams fight against each other, and we just did 2 days ago, but now it's different. It's the grand finals. There are championship titles in stake. 5th time championship titles for some, and first time championship titles for some. And I think you put more weight into it because a couple of players who are hoping to get their first title have already been in countless grand finals appearances. So this is the epic rivalry time and time again, and each time they meet each other, it just keeps getting interesting.
It does, because a lot of them actually have fought alongside each other as well throughout the years in this epic rivalry. I would say there's just no bad blood. I cannot smell any bad blood when it comes to this one. It's all about the gameplay. The epic rivalry here obviously is going to showcase RORA versus TLPH, Demon Kite versus Carl TZ. They've had their own share of past exchanges. If you know, you know. But you also have to think about Oheb. Look at Edward. Very familiar faces who've also been through thick and thin together.
I could hear Naisu and his Raider fanboy.
Raider!
Also be very excited about this because we're seeing Light and Demon Kite. I think really individually, there's so much that these players also have as motivation heading into this match. I think even Light was very vocal about saying that when he got back, he just really wanted to prove to himself that he can still play alongside these players of the Philippines and also get far in MPL Philippines and even Demon Kite. It's so obvious that he's just been always consistently trying to be that very dependable and stable jungler for the team. And now I think he's really going beyond that. And stats would show you how reliable of a jungler he is.
Yeah, he's not always the most flashy. He's not always the loudest player. But look at that. We're seeing here, these are the players who actually talk the least, in my opinion. Save baby for Carl TZ. He has a very opinionated person. But look at that. Edward, Demon Kite, look at their wins. Their grand finals appearances already 7th for Edward. Man, how often do you see that? And it's also Oheb, who's very consistent on his appearances on our playoffs and our grand finals. So much to talk about. JP has actually been... He has that thing going where when he appears in the playoffs or grand finals, it's almost 100% guaranteed he's in the very end.
I was supposed to say, if you didn't notice, there were 2 people there who had undefeated grand finals appearance records. Yes, that the other one is Light, who had already won, but JP had 4 grand finals appearances where he won every single one of them.
That's insane. That's an insane stat, honestly, because you're at the very highest level of MLBB. and you can keep doing that.
Yeah, I think it's stats-wise, grand finals appearances-wise, it's UM versus JP contrast that we are gonna see, like which streak gets broken, I guess, for this grand finals. Because I'm pretty sure like every or almost everyone out there is rooting for Hewitt to finally get his.
It's been almost 3 years. Come on. It's about time for him, right?
But look at JP.
Look at JP, man. These are very strong odds that they're facing off against each other. And all of these small elements are going to come into play very, very soon. So, of course, this cannot be complete without the big boys in the desk. Let's go ahead and bring him in. Here comes the Wee Bear Bros.
Hello.
What's up, homies?
We're here. It's us, the Wee Bear Bros. We're feeling pretty good. It's so loud down here, man. I feel like it's loud and it's hot, but it's almost full.
It is full. What are you talking about?
It is full.
Nowhere to sit.
Yeah, at first the day started out, it was the upper part filled out, and then as the ceremonies were happening, the people in the lower sections closer to the screen started coming in. You see the people behind us? Cornetta Astrodome, biggest FPL ever? Yeah, it's real.
Yeah, I wonder what they have to say about this JP record contrast.
Yeah, what do you guys think about that? The graphic shown earlier.
I'm sorry, I was so engrossed in Demon Kite and Carl T. I heard you mention him too, Brigida. I'm super excited in general, but I love that we have this comparison in this epic rivalry pretty much in every lane.
What if JP gets his first loss and Hewitt gets his first win tonight? How about that?
Whoa.
How about that?
That's okay.
How about that? There was something I saw online. I showed it to Leo right before we got in here. It was a graphic of Aurora for the finals. The centerpiece and main character, hands clasped together praying. It was Yue. And when that record came up, I was just thinking, JP, you might be good already, but Yue needs his first, man. The story around Yue, when that came up, goosebumps immediately.
Never give up.
Never give up.
Okay.
I feel like we are right there, right? It's not going to be as clean cut as some of the matches that we've seen so far in playoffs. And it just seems like it's just going to get better and better every time. So how many games are we thinking, guys?
Well, I wouldn't want anything less than 7, man. I don't know. Like, I have to say 7.
Realistically, no less than 6.
Okay. Yeah, no less than 6 for me. Well, no, I'm a little bit more 5'6". All right, I'm the dreamer. I'm the dreamer. Yeah, you're the dreamer.
I'm
the dreamer.
Yeah. You're not 6'7". You're not 6'7".
Not 6'7".
Not in my age bracket. Sorry.
Okay, I'm just gonna go 7 though. Like it's the last day. We've had majority of our playoffs ending late. Why not do it today too?
It's a bit early. We were early yesterday.
We were.
Right?
Yeah.
So you guys are good? You guys are going to be... How are you feeling about the cast today? You think you're going to run out of voices?
You know what? We might as well. It's the last day. Let's just go ahead and lose our voices.
I can go 9.
I can go 9. Give us a best of 9. I can go 9 too, and I wouldn't mind if by the end of the day I sound like this.
Oh
Give me my final call.
What was that? Oh my god.
As long as it's epic. I mean, it's the epic rivalry for a reason. So give us epic action. Yes. Right?
I thought he had a voice changer there.
I was scared as well. So wow. So we're going to see obviously the best of the best here at MLBB so far. Any big thoughts before we go into the matchup, guys? We'll start with you.
Big thoughts.
Any itching thoughts that you have about this matchup?
I wonder if we'll see a lot more fighters from Dome and Kite, as he mentioned in the previous interview.
Do you guys agree with that? It's new stuff from Dome?
Yeah, I think we're in a position where Gold Lane has transitioned to that, where obviously you have a lot of fighters now available, but also too, I'm gonna have my eyes on the jungle because I want to see both these guys can play utility or assassins, and we've seen bans also be targeted across the board on both sides. So also, I'm wondering what the coaches and the analysts are thinking.
I want Rome to grow. I don't want no Grok, Hylos, Khalid Gatot. I want more of that. Yeah. I want something else out of those 4.
Yeah, I want a fighter Gold Lane that we haven't seen yet this season. I mean, we've seen X-Morgan a lot, but I'm just one question for Liquid. Are you ready for the RORA drafts? Are you ready for the UA Hero Pool? Are you ready for what FTB and Dexstar bring to the match?
And Khaled.
And Khaled.
Never forget about Khaled. That's right. So thanks so much, We Bear Bros. You'll catch them later on. They're going to be the voices behind the grand finals. We'll see you later. You boys.
I like that.
Never forget Khaled. Yeah. Never forget Khaled.
Never forget Khaled and how prepared and Perks and how prepared are Liquid for Aurora and for you as hero pool. I think the Eve in UA's hands too.
Just not in the last game.
Yes, just not in the last game. But I
Right,
think
guys?
that's been very terrifying, you know. Oh wait, but what if they break that streak too?
The curse of using Eve in the very last game.
Yeah. What if? Just what if? Because we're already on the topic of breaking streaks, you know.
Yeah, and they've already broken like a lot of expectations as well coming into the playoffs. Like some people said, you know what, in the first day they're gonna, you know,
They're gonna what? Yeah, let's not say
let's
it.
not say that.
You know what we mean.
But you know what I mean, right? But they've already broken that. So I wonder if that's gonna be the target here. And we're talking about Rome. I feel like, come on, Saber, Helkert.
No, because honestly, you could say the same for Liquid. They're so close to actually denying the curse, defeating the curse,
the odd-even curse. Oh my
the
gosh.
play-ins curse. There are so many curses.
Oh, they've already broken the first one, the play-ins.
I think they had a lot of like pressure before the playoffs just because of the season that we're in and the seeding that they were in.
And the community sentiments.
That's
right. So we're going to talk about that more later on. But of course, we have to bring out one of our oldest friends in the book. It's Wolf with a Howl.
At dito na natin natatapusin ang season 16, ang pinaka-competitive so far na season ng MPL Philippines. In the Grand Finals, it's TLPH going up against Aurora. Madami tayong dapat na pag-usapan sa dalawang teams na to. But if I were given just under 2 minutes para sabihin sa inyo kung ano ba yung dapat nilang gawin, meron tayong kailangang focus para sa dalawang teams. Alam naman natin para sa Aurora, they have to ban or deny itong Yuzhong. Hindi ko ba masyado nakikita itong side ng Aurora na gamitin ang Yuzhong as masterfully as other teams. Baka mas magandang iban to versus Team Liquid unless nakaplano nilang gamitin ito. Alam naman natin, Edward can definitely use that. But also, kailangan nilang pigilan ang first turtle dominance ng TLPH. There are many ways to deal with this. Pwede nilang gamitin yung kanilang mga bans at yung kanilang mga picks to counter the first turtle dominance of TLPH. O kaya naman, when it comes to rotations, Demon Knight has been known to be very good at judging kung kailan lalaban at kailan hindi lalaban sa first turtle. So if Aurora uses that strength, mas maganda kanilang chance sa laban na to. They also have to limit yung hero pool dito ni JP. Nakita natin kahapon na mayroong naipanalo ang TNC na laban kay JP. At yun yung time na parang nasa dulo pa yung pick dito ni JP. Kaya naman doon sila nahihirapan eventually. If Aurora does this, kaya nilang manalo versus TLPH. Para naman sa Liquid, ito ang kailangan nilang gawin. Yung doming double, yung pag-double lane itong ni Doming, lalo na pag may expanding rivers, lalo na kapag nakuha nila yung Granger o kaya naman yung Harith. Maybe because of hero picks, pwede nilang pigilin ito. But when it comes to rotations, they have to be faster with the river control. Kailangan nilang din i-maximize yung deep hero or strategy pool nila. Nagamit nila yung utility jungler. Nagamit nila yung marksman na gold laners kahit may assassin. At ginagamit din nila yung double fighter. Nakita rin natin yesterday na binalik ng Team Liquid ang standard nila na may, ng Fredrin na may kasamang Lapu-Lapu at as well as the Farsa na napaka-mastered na nila. When it comes to the retry battle nga lang para sa Team Liquid Philippines, ang napansin ko, kapag pinipilit nila yung retry battle, kung pantay yung laban, mas pumapabor sa kanila. Cartesi's retribution is great and it's gonna be tested. Laban dito kay Demon Kite in this matchup. At syempre, kung sakali naman na nasa kanila advantage, they can also blitz the Lord. Yan ang mga conditions para sa dalawang teams natin. Pero syempre, mas mahalagang mapanood na natin kung sino ang mananalo sa laban na to. Experience victory with the Infinix GT30 with GT Trigger and MLBB certified 120 FPS. Enjoy ultra smooth gameplay and outplay the rest. Sino ang makaka-outplay? Sino ang mas lalamang sa laban na to? Excited na ang lahat. Huwag na nating patagalin. Let's welcome our teams to stage is RORA and Team Liquid Philippines.
Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat! My name is Ace Vanzuelo. Sorry, naparelapse kayo dun. Isa pa ba? Pero, before my next song, may request ako, super fans! Can you make some noise? Kahit kailan di matitinag, tiwala ko sa'yo, tiwala ko na atin to. Kumpiyansa ko'y walang katulad, ipagdiriwang ko, limang taong binuhos ko. Kapit ka lang, kalimutan ang takot at duda, takot at duda. Sama-samang lilipad sa langit, langit. Kunin natin ang tinadhanang alamat natin, ang alamat natin. Hindi ko inakalang kayang mahigtan ang dati kong ranggo. Kaya pa palangin ko'y malagpasan, di pa tayo tapos, pasimula pa lang. Super fans, can I see your hands up? Sing with me. 1, 2, 3. Sama-samang lilipad sa langit, langit. Kunin natin ang tinadhanang alamat natin, ang alamat natin. Sama-samang lilipad sa langit, langit. Kunin natin ang tinadhanang alamat natin, ang alamat natin.
Patunay na sa larangan ng MLBB, isa lang ang nasutuktok ng jugglers at si RCB.
Hindi ko akalain na abot kong sa ganito.
Aurora Gaming, dire-diretso na lang talaga at pagliliwanag ka.
Nagsimula lang sa simpleng laro, pero hindi lang ito tungkol sa amin. Dahil ang laban, tagumpay namin ay galing rin sa inyo.
It's not a message but it's a wish and a prayer na sana mag-champion na si UE.
Gusto ko na makamit ng TLPH ang Golden Road.
Lahat po sila deserve ang championship this season.
Sa bawat pagkatalo, nandyan kayo. Sa bawat iyak at pagod, naririnig namin ang sigaw niyo. Kaya kahit gaano kahirap, patuloy kami naglalaro para sa inyo.
Aurora played like they were already champions season 16.
Ito na yung pinaka-struggle na season namin kasi lower bracket kami and tinapakan ng talaga namin para makapasok talaga kami dito ulit sa Grand Finals.
You were the light at the end of Aurora's tunnel. You made it back into the Grand Finals.
This is definitely the best season that I've seen so far.
Mga times na malapit na ako sa Grand Finals tayo, natatalo sa TLPH at laging kinakapos.
This is Light's first M-World Championship.
This is a liquid that is angry. This is a liquid that stampeded through the lower bracket and a liquid that is hell-bent on defending their title.
Ang isang laro, hindi nabubuhay kung walang komunidad. Kayo ang lakas sa bawat pindot.
Kayo ang sigaw sa bawat panalo.
Kayo ang dahilan kung bakit ang simpleng pangarap naging alamat.
Patuloy namin.
Patuloy namin. Patuloy namin.
Patuloy namin.
Patuloy namin. Patuloy namin kayo susuporta.
The culmination of the season. The coronation of a new champion.
The final lap to immortality. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the FPL Philippines Season 16 Grand Finals! At the EXP lane, it's Edward versus Sanford!
In the jungler, it's Demon Kites versus Carl TZ!
Your mid lane matchup, Yue versus Sanji.
Make way for the roamers! It's Light versus JP!
Hold on for the gold lane. It's Dominkai versus Ohel.
Standing strong with their coaches. It's Coach Master the Basics and Coach Dexstar for Aurora Gaming. And it's Coach RC and Coach Tic Tac for Team Liquid Philippines. This is the conclusion of our epic rivalry. Aurora Gaming versus Team Liquid Philippines.
What a spine-tingling entrance we have for our teams. First up, it's RORA.
Aurora, who only ever lost once this entire season 16, and they're planning to make that record even more than 16, if I'm not mistaken. They're on the road to making it a 16-1 if ever they do get to secure the grand finals.
And they're fighting off against Team Liquid Philippines, who, like mentioned in that VTR, looking really angry and showing it to TNC yesterday. I wonder if that's going to be pretty much the same TLPH that we're going to see today. They are still on the road, the Golden Road, and doing it in style in the Golden Stampede.
It's the first step. It's the first step to actually starting that Golden Stampede. And even if you look at their team head-to-head, even overall statistics for across all the teams, it's always these two who seem that they have very close statistics to each other. Probably, as pointed out in the Howl, we have to pay attention the most to Team Liquid Philippines and their early game capacity, because you could see it in their first blood percentage. But Aurora is a team that I feel have been really on point in terms of execution, that you can't just feel as confident in securing those early turtles when you're up against them.
They're teams that are based on macro, they're teams that are based on micro, and those are things that you can say pretty much for both of these players, both of these teams. Each and every single one of them so proficient. Again, one play style against another, we're seeing so much more first bloods happening for Team Liquid Philippines ever since the playoffs did start, and we might see that today as well. That early turtle, I think they have like a 90% contention rate, 96% contention rate for Team Liquid, and RORA really winning out in terms of the bigger mid-game to late-game team fighting. I think we could see that. Again, side selection here is going to be crucial as well. RORA coming out with the first pick on blue side.
Yep, both of these teams actually would prefer the blue side, so this is definitely going to be advantageous for RORA, especially as we've observed in previous drafts, in previous games that they played, that they wouldn't even hesitate to prioritize a comfort pick if need be, especially if they or the opposing team, which are now Team Liquid, put so much emphasis on a particular player, on a particular role, in hopes of choking out the hero pool. They would not even hesitate to go all the way for a first pick Ranger.
We have seen hero pools getting choked out yesterday as well, so I completely agree. And we are going to head into the draft, the ever so crucial draft for the first game of the grand finals. This is going to be so good to watch for sure. If you're like a guy who likes nerding out on stats, it will set the tempo on who is going to get the head start.
Especially now that we've entered the playoffs and just saw a lot more unique heroes pick. And these, some picks even, just appeared for the first day and have always been prio banned ever since, such as the Yu Zhong. And I think that was also highlighted in the Howl. But this is the legit countdown, right?
This is it. It is counting down to it. And here we go. Getting into the drafting phase of one of the most crucial games of the season. The first game of a best of 7.
I wonder what map we're gonna see for our first game. It's Expanding Rivers. All the more do you have to pay attention for the Doming double, but I think we also have to look at what hero he actually gets to pick up first, because I think Aurora are slowly starting to change things up a bit too. It's never gonna be the Harith option for Doming unless, right? Because I don't see it banned just yet.
Unless it's like the very last phase of maybe Red 1 or Blue 3. We're not gonna be sure quite yet. YSS is gonna be out of the table here for Carl Cheesy. Been very happy to pick that up.
So they actually opened the Harith, which was always denied of Doming Kite for the longest time.
That's right.
But things have changed.
It feels like a trap though. I think that's the reason why they're gonna be so happy to do that.
Yeah.
At least banning out the Lancelot is pretty solid for both Demon Kite and Carl Teasy, but what are they thinking here?
Yeah, because I don't think we even got to see the Harith first pick anymore in the previous
No, absolutely
days.
not.
But this is Aurora, which is why I'm really trying to look at what the option is going to be. But instead of that,
there you go.
They go for the Fredrin first pick.
Which
and now
there it is, right? It's crazy. Now it's the Harif who is going over the TLPH, who seems to be very happy to take that very quickly, right? It didn't even take a few seconds. They locked it in right away.
Yeah.
But we're talking about that Fredrin, Brigida. We talked about how crucial that Fredrin is, especially for players like Carl Teasy.
Yeah, the CC is also still open. If Aurora wants to consider that, it's gonna work well, especially against the Gatot Kacha. I cannot recall the amount of times I've seen a curtain call just stop an AOG from landing where it wants to land. So that could be a potential pickup for Aurora as we look at the first phase. Oh, but they go Lapu.
No CC!
Immediately.
No CC here today, Brigid. I for some reasons, open up until the very end. I feel like Sanford will be happy to take that.
Would he actually pick the CC here?
I don't know. It feels like a trap. Again, it's starting the mind games are starting to be very apparent here.
At least there will not be any threat of, let's say, an X board coming in, because you already see what the gold lane of Aurora is, and even the EXP laner is already revealed to us here in the draft. So they're just gonna go very tanky, and this is gonna be jungler, right?
That's gonna be jungle, yes. 100. I feel like it's 100%.
Because yesterday there was a Gatot in the EXP, but I doubt that's gonna be the case for this matchup if you're up against the Lapu Lapu.
It might be a bit too slow if you go on XP Gatot, so that's my theory here. You want to be able to give that to JP, have some sense of control. JP has also been using the Gatot Kacha to block a lot of the bullets from Grangers. We've seen that yesterday, and I think we will see that here today as well.
Even when they were up against the likes of a Novaria, he's just gonna be very... speaking of... they take out the Novaria immediately, but he's been very efficient, even prioritizing Twilight Armor just to make sure that he gets to tank everything for his team. And JP is really very comfortable with the Gatot Kacha, which I like, and that we're seeing right now in Liquid's lineup. But they might go heavy on the mid lane bans. You could see the Novaria already being taken out. I'm wondering if the Eve could be the next consideration if you're Liquid, because the Fredrin Eve too looks like a terrifying combo if you look at it.
I love the Eve, the thought of the Eve making an appearance here, but at the same time, we're noticing something that's not panned out here. Where's the Kimmy? Where is the Kimmy here? Where's it going to slot in? So usually that has been on the first docket here for a lot of our games.
Yeah. That's true. So the Kimmy, the Eve could be options here for Aurora, but for their last bans here, they still took out the CC. They might be limiting the Alice is still there?
That's true. The Alice is still there, somewhere lurking with that gleam. I think he's going to gleam in right in our faces anytime soon. But yeah, I feel like you also, I guess you don't want to think about the Kimmy too much, because maybe it'll have a hard time against a Baksha because of the passive, right? Not to mention if they build up a blade armor.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, so we're looking for XP laners as well.
What?
Benedetta, that's digging deep.
I did not expect that.
I did not expect that bad too.
Oh, now they get their name. Never mind, Rock. They take it away.
We thought EUA would pick it up, but no, it is going to be TLPH.
They took the Harith and the Eve.
That's very solid magic damage.
Amazing. These are picks I would have thought Aurora would prioritize or get their hands on more than Liquid would, but they're all in Liquid's side now.
Yeah, Brigida, that's all magic damage though. They need a strong fighter XP lane.
So maybe that's why we won't consider the Alice, or Aurora are not considering the Alice anymore too.
I think so.
They're looking for a bit more damage to come in the EXP lane, but the Arlot's not there, the Yuzhong's not there, and even the Benedetta gets taken out from Liquid as an option. And Aurora finish up their draft with a Farsa Franco combination.
Well, okay. They warned us yesterday that the new stuff was going to come out. Here comes the Franco. I think that's the first Franco of the playoffs so far. And the UA back on the Farsa. And now on that last pick, we talked about some good physical damage.
Yeah.
It's not what I was thinking. It's the Terizla.
Yeah. It is physical damage, but it's not
like the big damage.
It's not the same as the Yuzhongs, as the Arlots.
It's not big damn.
But it adds up to the crowd control, to the layer of surprise that we can see from them. I mean, the real world AOG
Yeah, the amount of catch. That's a lot of catch
that's
right
a lot
here.
already.
So we'll see. We are loading up into the map, ladies and gentlemen, for the first game of this best of 7. It is going to be one for the books. Let's throw it over to our esteemed TriCast, the We Bear Bros.
Rock Hard Brigada, thank you so much. An amazing pre-show, an amazing opening, and it's electrifying here in the EPL Filipino Arena. It's Season 16's Grand Finals. It is us, the We Bear Bros, Nice, Leo, and Redmar, to take you guys through, hopefully, 7 games.
Oh, 7-game grand finals, and we're in for a surprise. Light gets his Franco back. Liquid did everything they could to deny UA Heroes in the second phase of the banning by taking away Sicilian and Ovaria, but he still ends up with a really great pick in the Farsa. Franco and Farsa together in the center of the map, but we're starting to see here again, with more Eves, we're getting reminded why Eves is such a nuisance now in this current metagame. Once she starts getting cooldown items on her, bro, she's gonna deal damage really quickly. In terms of the emblems, nothing too crazy, still pretty much run-of-the-mill.
The reputation on Light's Franco rings true even in Season 16. Undefeated going into this game. So you know that even if the drafts kind of regressed to a pre-Project Next status, everything that we've learned through the playoffs rings true.
It's really interesting to have this specific draft for Game 1. I think the draft alone, no matter how many games we get, we're going to go through its own evolution. You know, we've seen very different shades of the meta already because of the way that Project Nest came smack dab in the middle of the season, that I think from draft up game to game, we'll see that shades of the different meta. Because, I mean, when was the last time, you saw the Eve and even the Tarizla pop up for any of the games through the playoffs?
Yeah, typical rapid boots rush there for the Franco. You mentioned the Tarizla. Team Liquid Philippines just decided to build a wall of beefy bodies because they know that RORA loves to play a very tight formation, especially around UA, having an artillery mage and then Dominkite having a Granger as well. So Liquid is going to look to stampede. If not in terms of the rotations, then in terms of just winning the team fights through sheer brute force. You'll have to watch Sanford and Edwards' timings here and which team can help which EXP laner better.
Turtle now at half health. Carl TD rolling Demon Kite out of that pit. RWM the answer. Sanji catches a good amount of salvos. Sanford draws first blood on Demon Kite. Turtle gets reset. Yue chasing Sanji. A shield on this Eve. Not gonna save him from Yue. And Yue's way behind enemy lines. How's he gonna survive? Like it's the flicker back, surfing it up to Demon Kite. He is ready. And in comes Kiel. Serving up a kill for the Cavalry.
And look, Yue is still alive. Is he going to be able to escape this? He has wings by wings.
He's trying.
Yue?
No way.
Very low. No one gets it. He survives.
A big overcommittal there by TLPH. RORA will get this turtle.
Okay. They talk about a fight for the first objective of the game. And they went back and forth. They traded for kills, but ultimately that objective goes in the hands of Demon Kite. And so they get that. Again, they're holding on to this very minor lead for TLPH. You saw the stats there, by the way. The win rate between a classic gold lane matchup that we see in terms of the heroes. The Granger versus the Harith. Interestingly enough, that TLPH got that Harith too, because we all know, we've been talking about all season, Dominkite is probably the best Harith in the season.
Oh yeah. Definitely the best record, best performance, rarely loses lane. Now he has his hands on a Granger who decided to rush a Hunter Strike. Nothing too greedy, not going for the Sky Piercer rush. Of course he's going to be second building that, but a different flavor.
Yoji coming in, Daddy JP, Salmon Force by OHEF. Light in the middle of it all, real world manipulation, the answer, keep it, the homecoming hero down, Light bites it.
Great use of the real world manipulation. No more Salmon Force here. Here comes the clap back by RORA.
Then an airstrike coming through. Several salvos caught in by the patriarch of the Cavalry. No dice.
They did get the revitalization down from JP. Part of this too. Hold on. XP laner is going to be duking it out. Sanford should be able to get away.
Edward really stretching the limits of the body of Smith at level 6. Both XP laners just back off.
Yeah, and you see there, one of the secret matchups that you can pair up against a Lapu Lapu, if you have a good team building around it, pick up the Tarizla. Yes, initially, once you bring out the Raging Slashes through the Bravest Fighter, once that's gone, the damage of the Tarizla actually just sort of evens out the battle. So it's a bit of a dead lane, We're waiting to see which team's going to be rotating towards the EXP lane more, but I think they're going to be okay with just leaving it as it is because both of them can manage well. They're just looking to outplay in terms of the objectives. Hopefully Team Liquid Philippines doesn't do the same thing that they did in the previous fight, which was take the fight right at the very edge of the RWM. What a hook!
JP standing his ground. He knows that there's very little follow-through.
All right, hook's gonna land here. They're in position. We gotta watch out where Sanji decides to set up this RWM, but they're just gonna blitz the turtle.
Liquid denying RORA response. An AOG called back.
Bang!
They will have to wait, and oh my god, the damage from Liquid! Edward and Demon Kite gone immediately.
You just got dudes jumping all over the place. The Cavalry has evolved. They have wings.
Big, beefy boys slapping meat. That's it. That's what we're talking about. Just brute force, throw bodies, burst damage, play around the RWM, and it looks like Aurora aren't completely ready for this type of Liquid lineup. They're used to having Sanford and a little bit more, like a lot of technicalities with this EXP laners. This time, it's simple. Flicker and use the penalty zone.
It's a tale as old as time. Fundamental MOBA tactics. Dive comp versus poke comp. The poke isn't ready yet, so Liquid take advantage.
Yeah, but actually you said the best. The poke isn't ready yet, but when things even out, that's when Liquid need to slow things down just a little bit, because if they're not careful, Aurora have a fantastic counter-punish lineup once they have their items locked in for the Farsa and the Granger. Hell, we're already starting to see teases of it. The fights of Liquid are getting expensive. They have to commit a lot to get a big win.
It's interesting how it's happening too, because it's a different kind of pressure from TLPH because of the fact that they have a penalty zone paired up with a flicker, and then you have JP jumping in as well with that AOG. So for RORA, I'm trying to adjust to this, trying to go ahead and not, because you have to think about how much ground can be covered by that for TLPH. That's the problem that RORA has to deal with. So I'm almost thinking best thing they can do is if they're able to get a pick off from Light, take out at least one member from TLPH. That should give them some of the advantage. I think the hard part too is for Yue and Dominkite to actually utilize the space they have. Oh no.
All right, that's 2-on-1. Sanford eating quite a bit from this duel from Aurora. Edward and Yue lay down a smackdown on 40, sending him home.
Okay, Team Liquid Philippines need to find position again for this turtle. It looks like it'll be an advantage for them, but Aurora, they are healthy enough to fight into this. Waiting for the feathered airstrike of the Farsa to come back. Dominkite now has a Sky Piercer, so Liquid has to be careful because a big turn by Aurora will hurt.
Okay, they're gonna start up half health on this last turtle of the game. Demon and Carl facing off. There they go.
Edward into 4. JP intersecting Demon Kite. Can Edward get out of here? Feathered airstrike. Do it. Backing off. Summon force by Oheb. Edward already down. Demon Kite follows quickly. Rora can't find nothing.
JP with the zone. Perfectly timed so that Demon Kite wouldn't even get in range. He didn't get to use the retribution there. Carl's easy, very easy for him despite the entry for Edward. Again, this is why we wanted to point out the importance of the timing of the entry between the two EXP laners. But there's also a Gatos Cacho for the side of Liquid.
Liquid walked away with so much. They took the turtle, went the threat mid. Carl Easy drives by Grand Theft Orange. 4,000 gold up. This is looking like a stampede.
All of it's distributed pretty much evenly across the lanes too, except for that gold lane, man. The gold lane difference right now, I think, is really playing into the stats that we mentioned earlier with the Harith versus Granger combo. And I would say, even when you see those fights break out, it's amazing because we don't see the Charizla that much.
Yeah.
You kind of forget how much damage he can take, especially with the passive that he has, that Body of Smith. He's able to go ahead and just take a ton of this damage, set things up for TLPH, and then that gives the free reign for Oheb and the likes to go ahead and solidify that team fight, especially around the RWM. Look at this, they're going to push them off the turret.
Demon Kite got 4 on him. Summon force by Oheb, the bite down, the hook. Oheb only takes him down. It's a 2-man trade, 1-for-1. JP for DK. Light forced to use the freeze, and he still gets caught by Sanji. 2-for-1. Liquid wins it.
Oh my goodness, Team Liquid Philippines are still going for Doming? Wait, whoa.
Doming finds the Unite, and Dominkite back it off. Still alive. Edward buying time for his gold laner. Not so sure if Edward's ready for this. Go ahead, another Salmon Force. Liquid holding on to into this, pressuring the tier 2.
Really spicy there onto that tier 2 turret.
Yeah, the sheer amount of health and resources that Liquid has. If this game was a little bit closer, Aurora would have gotten an even bigger punish. But good thing they were able to balance things out with the light hook and flicker plus the bite. But Liquid are still sticking to their main idea, their main strategy. Play for the Harith, play around the Harith. And this time what they're doing much better now compared to their previous series up against Aurora earlier this playoffs was that they're marking the other points of entry. There's always at least 1 or 2 members of Team Liquid Philippines off to the side while the 3-man main fight is happening with the other members of Aurora.
And that's the problem here. Light, you know, he's trying to land these hooks, but even if you pull someone, it's not a guaranteed kill. The skill's going to be used by JP. Lord's going to go for a little bit of a reset. Demonkite's still up there with Carl. But look at the zoning. This is the potential we're talking about. JP's going to pop the revival.
Lord's very low. Sanford on the 2. Carl secures the strike by Yue. This is a good position for that ult, but there's not enough space for Aurora to take advantage of that. Liquid win. Lord for free.
Again, Sanford and JP able to provide such a big front here.
Yeah, they have fantastic item builds here. Already full build the anti-cuirass for the Terizla. While JP, I love that he went for Dreadnought armor, didn't full build that, and then went straight for the Athena shield. That's why he can just stand in front of Aurora right now and act as the secondary Terizla. While Sanford's also the secondary God of Kaja. The interplay between the Roman EXP of Liquid is what's giving Aurora so much difficulty because they're both too tanky.
Yeah, this is what we were saying earlier, you know. Yue is going to be a big part of that damage profile on the Farsa, and Domenkite's going to have to get there on this Granger. And it's been solved by TLPH, at least for now. They still maintain this lead. They're going to have to set things up here, deal with this Lord that's pushing up on the top side. They'll most likely lose that tier 2 turret. But now for Aurora, what can they do here on the defense? What are they capable of turning around to get this game in their favor as they face down that 6k deficit?
Well, if they have the reach, this is a perfect defense comp that Aurora has. If Liquid decide to throw bodies and mess up, it's going to be dangerous. They forced the flicker out of Domenkite, so let's see if Liquid will force any issue. But the thing is, there's no minion waves at mid, but they might try to play through the Lord. The minion wave at bot not going to be enough, but nah, they can't risk it at this point. Again, they have the Farsa, the Granger, which is already up to a Malefic Roar, so they have to be careful.
Will Robo no dump bottom. Domenkite was fighting for his life. They will save this tier 2 in mid, but at 12 minutes, Holy Shields just retract anyways. Aurora does well to defend against that first Lord.
It's a bit tough too, because when you get to this point of the game, and you're really thinking, Aurora, how do they turn it around? Might be it's that next Lord, but they have to figure out the puzzle here, man. The puzzle is TLPH's objective fighting. That box, literally the box they're able to set up with the RWM is, I feel like, problem number 2. Problem number 1 is getting past JP and Sanford, setting things up before they even get a chance to get in that range. So the job for Aurora is even more difficult. I mean, even Demonkite can sit in front of that all day he wants, but if the rest of the team can't join him and he's zoned out, he's going to continue to die like he has.
Yeah, already up to the Magic Lantern after the glowing wand for that Eve. You see the Lapu Lapu and Fredrin both had to build Radiant Armors. Waiting on, I wouldn't be surprised if that'll also be a Radiant Armor for Light later on, because right now, the magic damage brought out by the 3 heroes on the side of Liquid, the Eve, the Gatot, and the Harith, it's what's stopping Aurora from being able to fight comfortably. They played around the pick-off style roamer up against a roamer in the Gatot Kacha who can just stand, front, hold, use their Revitalize. That reapplies the pressure now to Demonkite, which, again, needs time. But then he couldn't get that time because he also had to act as a secondary frontliner for the team. So it was a risk that Light ended up with the Franco. Let's see if Aurora can somehow miraculously turn it around. See Halberd for Doming.
Here we go. They go ahead and pull out the Lord. Carl's going to show himself up here. I'm not sure Aurora is going to be able to do anything.
The flicker in by Light, the bite down plus the winner's fortune. Sanji swiping away, down goes the Demonkite. Light goes as well, it's a little too much. That 7k gold lead. JP closing off the exit on Edward. Oh, changing bites. A triple kill for Edward. Liquid let go of the Lord to take care of that purple, but the Cavalry continue to stomp forward.
That is economy diff at its finest. showing they just have too many items, too much damage. RORA will have to play through the defense in base, and this will be Liquid trying not to mess up winning this game. Forced out the flicker from Sanji though.
Yeah, you got to flicker out, but
I think that's worth it.
Yeah,
it's worth it in a way, but man, Sanji has had a great game of just, I'm going to chill in the back, set up my RWM, and the rest of everybody else will go ahead and shine off of that. Again, they have had such a difficult time playing against that boss.
Yeah. You see, up to a Divine Glaive already for this even. I'm wondering, why didn't you build the Divine Glaive Rush? They already felt this deficit very quickly. He still went for the Blood Wings. Yes, he's an important part of the lineup, but at this point, you're going to have to accept that you need that magic penetration right away to sort of smoothen things out a little bit more for your team.
Crazy thing about it, too, is Oheb's a big problem for Aurora. They've had no answer to it, and he's just been able to go Zombie Force all over the place. They're going to go ahead and push it into the space. Lord's going to march up. They drop the RWM.
AOG with the tail end of that RWM. Takes down Light. Demon Kite and Edward are holding the ground, but Liquid have already broken in. Lord here at an eighth of its health. Aurora just wailing away. Liquid happy with what they got. They're inside the base.
Yeah, good discipline. And good thing Team Liquid Philippines didn't force anything more. They're already happy with the kill onto Light, which now again reapplies even an insane amount of pressure on this Lapu Lapu and Fredrin. Liquid can continue this though.
If they go, that is a middle from the back line. Sideline, Edward cannot stand right in front of Liquid. Sanford goes, JP gets the Immortality pop. Can he get out of here? Turret shots, AOG out. They save one body.
I feel like TLPH kind of messed that up. You know, they decided to go for the mid-turret, even with a lead. I think they're surprised, even with this economic lead, that they still got punished in that sense.
Yeah, a bit of an overheat. Again, one of the tendencies of Team Liquid Philippines, if they have a big lead, they're willing to take very risky fights, even when there's one last base turret that they have to go through the lane that they're trying to answer. Sanford committed the flicker penalty zone. Would have been great if the turret was gone. But RORA also has really good wave clear at this point. Yes, there's a deficit, but they're beyond 40k plus. That means they can clear waves very quick. Team Liquid need to respect that unless RORA turn things around again very late into the game. Something we already saw from them earlier this playoffs.
Look at the sandwich.
Carl Teasy rolling out, catches one, the AOG, that JP, the flicker from Doming Kite, and of course a few salvos from Doming and you, and JP bites it. DK for the dad.
They went for a play. They scouted Aurora out, but still they only end up trading the 1-for-1. Lord's gonna come up here in a couple seconds though, so they'll make their way.
Yeah, but that's hella worth it because now it's about to spawn, and by the time the Lord goes down, Demon Kite wouldn't have even spawned yet because Liquid can blitz this comfortably.
They're gonna have to go ahead and secure this. Edward, Light, are they gonna try to delay this? I don't think they're gonna be able to do much off of this. Surprise is gonna face them down. Edward, he'll just say hi to TLPH. They'll get back to base. Demon Kite will be up for the defense. And we'll see TLPH approach the base, trying to get the last two base turrets down, potentially ending the game.
Aurora stopped the bleeding.
Yeah.
So this is comeback territory. We've seen him do it from 13,500 from the same damn team in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, Liquid has this weird tendency in Season 16. I think only around a 30 or 40% win rate, somewhere around that realm when the game goes past 18 minutes. My challenge for Liquid is for them to end it here, lest Aurora turn things around again and start off this best of 7 with a massive turnaround win.
See if they can do it here. Lord approaching up top. TLPH knocking at the base doors here, bottom and mid. Domikite sold his boots. He's got a winner's crown. He knows he's an integral part of the success on this defense. Lord's going to be worked on. Here's TLPH.
AOG, Aurora disperses. Lord now underneath turret range. Aurora takes care of it. Liquid move on to that mid lane. Sanji with the real relations. The hook by Light. JP gets that turret down. Less damage coming in. Down goes Sanji. Aurora collapse on the Liquid. Edward falls after he used that flicker. Aurora still in it.
Aurora defends. We said that they have great clear, they have great high ground defense. They only lost Edward, but they stay in the game.
Yeah, they're managing the minion waves very well. Every time Liquid want to get close to ending things, all of that just for one turret. So now they have to watch out for the fact that Dominkite went for the Winter Crown. He can buy and sell Immortalities later on. Now there's a Divine Glaive and Magic Lantern for UA, which is why minion waves are getting cleared very fast, alongside the fact that they have items already on this Granger. The Queen's Wings on that Lapu Lapu, they got that earlier, but the big item pickup, and which is why Liquid now have to be super careful, is that Demon Kite doesn't care if he's the first target. He already has the Guardian Helmet. He buys so much time every time.
And looking at the KDAs on Edward and Demon Kite, hell, you can lump up Light in there too. It's diminishing returns. These heroes haven't gotten kills, so Liquid in turn are getting less economy on the clapback, and we're approaching a point where economy rarely matters anymore. So they can just keep throwing bodies too. RORA have found a way to play Liquid's game.
What it's going to come down to is the objective fight here, and again, we're looking to see if RORA can actually have the fight that they want. They've been leaning towards Light to go ahead and get the hook, you know, to make a play there.
Yep.
But they might just have to full on decide that we got to go ahead and contest against TLPH for this next Lord coming up in less than 30.
Yeah, I think the main line of communication now has to be San. It has to be Sanji and Sanford. When Sanji wants to drop down the real world manipulation, Sanford has to be ready to look for Yue. Because the reason why Sanji got taken out in the last siege was that he dropped down the RWM, initiated, but Yue was free to be able to help reach Sanji, and those extra feathered airstrikes and eventually the cleanup by RORA was what took him down. So the Terizla and the Eve have to talk together, work together, and sync their ultimates so that Sanji will be safe, and even if Edward dives him, there won't be a clapback from RORA.
Well, here we go. Lord's up. It's evolved. Post the 20-minute mark here. TLPH still maintaining the lead that they have. They'll grab the buffs, give it over to Oheb as he grabs the purple and then the orange.
Oh, man.
Look at the positioning here, too, for TLPH. They know they don't have to rush this. They can play with some of the advantage that they have.
Yeah, sad sword for Dominkite, and that's bad news for Team Liquid Philippines. That BOD already locked in for him. Yikes, Athena shield readjustment there through the Winter Crown. RORA, they can contest this, and Liquid, hey, if they mess up, this is gonna hurt.
Yeah, they're gonna go for this. Oh, in trouble, there's the hook.
We'll go to JP. Light does not want to bite. And we see Edward backing off, not committing any ults just yet. Lord at an 1/8 of its health.
Oh, Demon Kite's trying to get there, but he's trapped.
Sanji with a real manipulation, swiping left, swiping right. Oh, Light as Demon Kite goes down. The bite down by Light, cancelled, and backing off. He uses Splinter, he goes down. Kiel gets another. 2 for none the trade. In comes Edward, holding the line. RORA does not like the situation they're in.
Oh, Sanji bought the Immortality, JP as well. They jumble around, and now it's only 2 on the defense.
No Lord taken, but they're already inside the base. Down goes Yue. There's minions for Liquid. The Cavalry start off strong. 1-0.
JP found Dominkite. The AOG, the taunt, it delayed the damage output of RORA just enough for Liquid and Oheb to pop off and win.
A showcase of great skill here by both, but TLPH coming out stronger in game 1. And a phenomenal game for Oheb. 12-0-6, I think he was on the Harris. Let's throw it over to a panel to break it down.
Okay. We got a game. That was very, very decisive from Team Liquid Philippines here. Looking so strong right off the bat.
I think that was enough of a reminder of the Harris ban and why it has always been a ban for majority of the playoffs and the regular season too, after people have finally accepted the fact that you cannot let certain players get their hands on this hero.
Exactly.
But it's way more than that, Rocker. We saw just how well the hero synergies were for Liquid and this lineup. And who else did play the Harith in that game?
Of course, your MVP is going to be Oheb for that Harith. Really insane movements. Again, 12-0-6. They tried to Radiant Armor their way through it, figured out, but it was just not enough.
Especially in that last part where we thought Yue got to fly away to safety, but no, there was enough damage from a single, was that a synchro fission that came in from Oheb just to take him down. And this guy felt as if he had no struggles whatsoever from the laning phase all the way to the team fights. It was just everything was on his terms. Like, if he wanted to use the Zaman Force, he had all the freedom to do so. He was never forced to use it just to get out, just to fight back defensively. And Liquid were so effective in ensuring that he was able to do his job.
Yeah, overall, it feels like it's because of that super beefy front line, the big beefy boys,
the big
right in front of you. Look at the front. It's Carl Tizzy on the Baksha. It's Sanford on it. Even Sanford's on a Drizzler, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
With JP on the Gatot already. How do you go wrong with that front line? All you got to do is balance out your DPS from the back, and you should be golden. And that's exactly what we saw here being done by Oheb as well as Sanji.
Yeah, I'm still not over that. The beefy big beefy boys.
Thank you so much for that, Redmar Santa Cruz.
We thank you so much for that beautiful line. Because that's exactly what we saw from Liquid. Every single time, Demon Kite even wanted to just walk up front, approach and actually scout the area, because I think he's the guy who does that best alongside Edward. There could be a quick and immediate turn from Liquid to just answer back or like pour all of their resources on Demon Kite, because I feel like the way that things turned, and for the longest time there was a more than at least 5k gold lead that existed between these two teams, and being this very damage heavy, team fight heavy lineup that they are, it's such an easy task for them if they wanted to commit, because they have countless ways of just stopping people from running away, the real world being one of those major ways that they always stop Aurora from getting to escape.
Yeah, and the ways that they're also stopping Aurora from getting those kills. You saw earlier Dominkite basically trying to snipe out Sanji, going into his face, and then being blocked by Carl Tizzy, being blocked by JP.
Yeah.
Amazing play, honestly, and that scored them. That cemented that game for Team Liquid Philippines. Although, mind you, it was a long game. 22 minutes and 4 seconds on the clock.
There were a lot of times where Liquid just wanted to end it. It was very obvious that they wanted to end it, but either Aurora found a decent trade in terms of kills. They were able to take, I think one time it was Sanji who they were able to find.
I think they traded Edward or Light for that, something like that, right?
So they had like really good clapbacks. So that stopped Liquid from just trying to commit any further into that, because it was very risky in itself against this lineup who I think, in a way, you could also consider to have a lot of beefy front lines and dive, because I think Edward was always trying to go in. He kept going in. He kept using the bravest fighter in. It's just unfortunate that Liquid don't feel the least bit rattled about him doing that, because Sanji can just always pop the real world. He'll have extra shields. Oheb could just use the Zaman Force. He could reposition away.
And you don't fight inside the Zaman Force.
You don't.
Yeah, you
Nowhere.
just don't.
Even the real world, you don't fight inside the real world manipulation.
That's true.
And you can't even jump on Sanford, JP, nor Carl, because they don't care.
They had a lot of land-based stuff. They had shielding. I mean, Oheb also shields himself.
Yes.
You know, Eve also shields herself. So at this point, what do you actually do if you're Demon Kite? You're kind of stuck between a rock and shielded people.
Yeah.
So what's the plan you're gonna be? The plan was to try to buy some time, get Dominkite into a good position, but Oheb was just leaps and bounds ahead of him already.
Mind you, it was the Fredrin that they decided to first pick.
That was first pick.
That was the priority for Aurora in this draft.
Exactly.
So they wanted to play around that. They wanted to actually go for this utility lineup, but they probably didn't see this coming. Like, I don't know. I think the Harith's been gone for a bit too long that maybe not even Aurora were aware that it was actually available.
Like, we forgot that it's a thing.
Yeah, I'm glad I actually just out of the blue suddenly recalled that the Doming double is something they should pay attention to, especially if he gets the Harith, but he's not gonna get the Harith, right?
That's absolutely.
And then the Harith was open.
But the thing is, they had the option to do that.
Yes.
They first picked the Frederick. Now, why they did that, I will have to really double check. Sometimes it's basically denying Carl Tizzy that Frederick. He is the Frederick man. I think it's the second most used hero of all time, maybe.
Yeah,
So,
it's nice to see him on the back row again. I'll say that because the way he played this back row was just so precise. You saw how that one moment up top, he just kept chasing after Dominic.
chasing after him, he's circling around it, and hopefully that's gonna be caught by our solo analyst. Let's throw it over to you.
Magandang ipinakita ng dalawang teams natin in game number 1. Kahit yung TLPH ay lamang na sa early game, mukhang nababawi pa rin ito ng Aurora because of their plays. May mga hero plays na nakita tayo in specific players, but in the end, it's TLPH na nanaig. Meron lang akong gustong ipakita sa inyo dito na statline between the two teams. Etong Aurora at TLPH ay merong pattern na mas magandang malaman natin kung ano nga ba yung mga nagpapalakas sa kanila. Ang Aurora, interestingly, sila dito sa buong liga natin ang nananalo kapag nakuha nila yung first turtle. For example, every time na makakuha ng Aurora, 91.67% chance na maipanalo nila yung laban as long as makuha nila yung first turtle. And kung sakaling first lord naman ang usapan, 96% para sa TLPH. Ganon kataas, ganon ka guaranteed na mananalo ang dalawang teams natin kapag nauna sila sa mga objectives. Now, when it comes to first turret and first inner turret, kapag nauunahan to ng TLPH sa pag-siege, ganun din, lagpas 90% ang kanilang tsansang manalo sa laban. So, ibig sabihin, hindi mo talaga pwedeng bigyan ng confidence ang TLPH when it comes to taking your turrets. Napakahirap talunin ng TLPH kapag ito na yung pangyayari. Now, interestingly, pagdating sa first evolved lord, ito yung malayo na yung naaabot. 100% chance kapag nahawakan ng Aurora ang unang evolved lord ng laro. Pwede mo nang itigil, pwede mo nang i-pause, pwede ka nang kumain at kumain ng masasarap na pagkain with Nor kasi masasabi mo na Aurora na yung mananalo. Siyempre, sama na natin dyan ang Team Falcons na merong magandang resurgence dun sa dulo ng ating regular season. Ito yung mga stats na napaka-importanting bantayan sa mga teams. Kaya naman laging sinasama sa keys to victory natin na wag pa-earlyhin ang Aurora, wag pa-earlyhin ang TLPH. Ganun ang nangyayari. Nakukuha nila ang guaranteed ng mga pagkakapanalo. Dahil nga naman sa mga nalalaman nating panibagong kaalaman sa dalawang teams natin, masarap talaga ang panalo. Sa sarap panalo with Nor, masarap din ang magkaroon ng bagong kaalaman. This is The More You Know. And hopefully ay meron tayong bagong natutunan yan. Abangan natin sa dalawang teams na to. Sino nga ba ang makakauna? Ngayon, balik na tayo sa ating laban. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much to Mr. Wolf.
The more you know.
The more you know.
Yes.
That's amazing. And it's actually really good to know that apparently...
It's really good to know.
Yeah, it's really good to know that apparently Aurora wins 90% of the games that they get that first turtle with. That's very good information. Didn't happen here as well.
Yeah. I wonder how much this is gonna change, especially the next few drafts, specifically bans. Because that's what really surprised me, the bans.
Bans. Let's have a look at C later for that. But before we get started, here's one of your favorite segments. It's the Pink Test.
Shout out sa mga pumunta sa venue. Gagalingan namin. Paisa nyo na kami.
Ano message mo sa mga fans doon?
Message ko sa mga fans. Thank you sa lahat ng sumusuporta. Bibigyan lang yung best namin and abangan nyo kami sa Jakarta. Grabe yung RORA guys, hindi pa kami makaisa sa RORA. Ito na inaantay.
Sumusuporta sa amin. Maraming salamat mga friends ko. And sa TLPH, good luck sa atin. Sana makahula. And kita-kits sa M7 guys.
The final match is gonna be OHEM versus Dominic Kite, MG World Champion.
Thank you, Jake.
EWC 2025 champion versus Smiling Demon versus the GOAT. And then Mr. Consistent himself, Edward versus the Apex Predator, Sanford.
Message ko sa mga supporter ng Aurora, maraming salamat sa inyo. Then, ang message ko naman sa TLPH, good luck. Have fun.
See you in A.
See you M2 Ju.
M2 Junior. Sampai jumpa. Sampai jumpa.
Sampai jumpa di M7.
Sampai jumpa di M7.
See you, M7! Woo! Let's go!
Wow, a 5-man ping test.
Yeah. So first things first.
Fun.
It was a 5-man ping test. Second, there were a lot of things I could not understand.
Yeah, basically though, they're very happy to be here.
Yeah.
And they will see them in M7.
I wonder how the entire world or internet reacted to finalizing our 2 Philippine representatives.
I've actually been trying to scroll through yesterday. I think everyone was tired, but a lot of them feel very happy to see these 2 teams.
What about the other regions?
I'm pretty sure they're just sitting in their chairs and just looking up and like.
We can confirm that too, you know.
I want to confirm
That's his theory.
That's my theory. I want to confirm that. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What's the feel
You
like?
can also share it yourselves because you're probably watching.
You're already
here,
chatting, so let us know. I'm gonna read chat in a few moments. A really good treat. We don't really get to read chat a lot.
No.
So let's go ahead and try to read chat in a few moments, especially our international viewers. But before that, we have a bit of a treat for you guys. You know that guy who sang earlier? I think we're gonna have a little bit of a chat with him. Throw it over this stage.
Kasama ko nga ngayon ang Sony Music Philippines rising star, Ace Valenzuela! Hi Ace! Welcome to MPL Philippines!
Hi Almira! Hello everyone here at MPL Philippines!
Grabe ang raming fans! What was it like to perform in front of MPL crowd? Like, ano ba ang experience mo? Lalo na Grand Finals to.
Yeah, it was surreal kasi it's my first time to actually perform on a stage like this. And you know, I appreciate all the love and support everyone has been showing to the music and also to all the players right now.
At kinanta mo yung muli kanina. Maraming nakarelate at marami din nag-relapse. Can you tell us more about your music?
Well, my music, ano siya, medyo dreamy in a way and introspective. So you guys can follow me on Spotify, Apple Music. I'll be having a new song actually next month.
Wow! Surprise ba yun?
Around November-ish.
Pwede bang konting teaser or...
Title niya, sige, sabihin ko na. Title niya, Hindi Mo Alam.
At hindi talaga namin alam.
Hindi, yun talaga yung title niya.
Yun talaga yung title.
Oo, yeah.
Yes, at aabangan namin yan, mga super fans. And nandito nga tayo sa Grand Final. Sabi mo kanina naglalaro ka ng Mobile Legends. Sino ang favorite hero mo?
Pinatry sa akin actually dati. Jungle, Gushon.
Ay, ang hirap nun In fairness, baka may future ka.
Kabahan na kayo dyan, no?
Nandito tayo ngayon, in front of the players. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa mga teams na naglalaban-laban ngayon? Any good luck message?
To all the teams, to everyone playing right now, always remember why you started. And you know, laban lang. Good luck.
Laban lang. I love that. So before we end this interview, anong gusto mong i-plug or social media accounts mo?
Hello, magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. My name is Ace Banzuelo. I'm a singer, songwriter, and music producer. You guys can follow me at Ace Banzuelo on Spotify, Apple Music, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I'll be having a new song next month. Abangan.
Once again, let's give it up for Ace Banzuelo! Alright, atat na nga ang super fans sa game number 2. Kaya naman, over to you, panel.
There you go. Thank you so much, Almira. Man, Ace. Breaking the serenading you, Chad. What's up with that?
No. That's the song he sang a few moments ago.
That's right.
In case you guys want to check it out, I think it's entitled Muli.
If you want to relapse really quickly while we're doing the grand finals, go ahead and drop him a search on Spotify.
You can. We've been having guests over for the past couple of days.
A lot of musicians, by the way.
And they've had very different genres.
Yes, we got Nobita yesterday. First day we had like Bark,
and then we had Unexpected, and then we had
crazy.
There were a lot of guests that we had. Thank you so much to Sony Music.
Thank you so much. And it's really surprising that so many different kinds of people actually watch MLBB and play MLBB.
Yeah, he was a jungler. He was a Gushon main.
Exactly. We have so many artists that I know, like you know, aside from the the ones that were here, like people like the big bands here in the Philippines,
and
like Sponge Cola, and all that. They actually play MLBB like really high level.
I did not expect that.
Yeah, so really super surprised. At the same time, very amazed, and we thank each and every one of you, especially you guys in the chat. You guys are always so cool for hanging out with us. So
you guys are so cool.
See, Brigida thinks you guys are cool, so be cool, okay? So we're going into the draft here shortly for game number 2. What are we expecting, Bri? Do we still want to see that Franco make an appearance?
The Franco depends on the lineup, I'd say. Because there was a bit too much dive. It was a bit too overwhelming for the Franco to actually even find the right targets, nor even use the Bloody Hunt onto one, because he'd be always presented with either of those big, big guys.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Brigida, Eterna says, ang ganda mo.
Wow.
So,
mas maganda ka.
So we're getting started here, guys. What's the map draw gonna be like? Earlier it was expanding rivers. This time it's broken
walls. And
it's El Neutrales, the map that does not really favor any specific team, I guess.
This would be a much more fun Baksha game.
Why do you think so? Why do you think so?
No, if he had the Baksha again earlier.
It has so many places to roll.
So there's so many places to go. But the Baksha's banned, actually, just as he mentioned it. So again, the Harith is going to be open, but the priority is same. Fredrin gets picked up by Liquid. So now we can potentially see the Harith in Doming's hands.
That is going to be a treat for sure. They did not hesitate. Brigida went straight for the jugular, as they say, and they know that he can play it very well. So Aurora gonna be happy to give that over to Dominkai. Now on the jungle side, what do you actually do when Carl TC is so adamant to pick up a Fredrin?
Yeah, I guess similar to what we saw worked well for Liquid earlier. To also deny those really good or high synergy picks for this hero. So the Gatot again, very common response in the red side, gets picked up too. A great deny from JP as well. So now I'm looking at what Liquid will be pairing up with. So they go guys all the way.
Wow.
Why does it feel like we're just switching lineups?
I know. What the heck? Okay. This is gonna be interesting. Obviously, you have.
If this is the Eve.
If this is the Eve, this was a gentleman's agreement, wasn't it? Obviously, they will not have the front line of the Gatot Gacha that is on the side of Aurora, so they will have to choose a different one. Chim is not banned here, Bri.
Yeah, even the CC is getting snubbed.
Even the CC is super late on the bans earlier.
Yeah, I
think it was Blue 4 or Blue 5 ban.
Yeah, but maybe that's one consideration that we can probably look at for Aurora. Do they want to pick up you as hero now? Earlier it kept getting banned. So now they actually pay attention to the CC.
Speaking of which,
finally we see it now. So far Aurora's lineup is really looking very stable.
Yep.
The XP matchup, and I think it's very common to see the Lapu CC anyways. It's just a matter of how you're going to really execute the team fights. So mid lane heroes, we'll be looking at that heading into the second banning phase.
Yes, very heavily here. Obviously, Zushin has not been banned, but also not picked up in the first 3 phases. What do you think about that, right? Zushin and
Sand
Kimi
rises when I give the word.
So that's saying something about where the meta is headed here. It's like most of the tanks are getting picked up first.
Yeah, and we're not seeing any mid lane bans either. They're going, or they're actually banning out light heroes instead, which is, I think, also pretty understandable if you want to like secure the amount of room that you want for the Harith right now, because this is already a Lapu Fredrin. So if you put another really annoying frontliner for Liquid, that's gonna be a big headache for Aurora, especially considering that we don't see what Sanji's hero is to just yet. It could be a mid laner that's also very reliant on positioning, and
it could be a hyper carry mid laner as well, like a Kimi.
The falling stars brought us here. They're all still open up to this point, but with the Novaria ban, what could they be considering? Okay, I think the common matchup in the mid lane Was a Selena
Among the planes exists the equilibrium,
but they banned
which I was
one of them
made
banned
for.
out. So. And Selena, by the way, has not really been seen since maybe day 3, I believe, or day 2 of the playoffs. So I'm not sure what they're thinking right now here, especially for the mid pick. But I think RORA needs a bit of a stabilizer as well. Pretty similar to what the Eve was in that game number 1.
That's open. That's still open. If they actually want to consider that.
Only love at night are
So they go
everlasting.
Sicilian.
All right. That's an OG pick for Yue. Definitely wants to play at a very long range. And I think they also want to play a bit of a long game.
Yeah. JP... Looking at what JP still might want to pick up here. If it's the roamer heroes that are still available, the chip Kalea still there, but the AOG, I might not want to pick the chip into this lineup that Aurora has. Kalea again keeps getting snubbed.
Yeah.
Hylos is there.
What is up?
Hylos is there though.
It's a good front line, but I still think the chip is a good pick here.
Payback.
Marshall's there that you're talking about. Hilda! Okay.
But what's the jungler for Aurora?
Oh, they left it for last, actually.
Hayabusa's still there.
I would not mind an assassin jungler in this matchup. I feel like you have to temper that mid-game.
But, yeah.
Yeah,
maybe
Box is not an option at the same time, so we are looking for a possible assassin for me.
I might not be a legend, man.
I cannot believe my ears and my eyes.
Wow, welcome back, Mr. Barrett. Okay.
I would have not expected this to actually come through. What? Barrett. And it's not a Barrett's accompanied by any kind of support. There's no
true.
Mathilda.
It's just the Barretts.
It's just the Barretts.
So they're gonna go hand in hand with Dagatot Kasha, try to keep this front line, this back line alive rather. So it is going to be a big question of whether or not TLPH can bypass the Barretts.
This is so interesting. A Fredrin Barretts matchup.
What season is this?
What season are we in?
Oh my goodness, this is going to be a treat for the Barretts mains for sure. But for the meantime, we're going into game number 2. TLPH is ahead. Let's throw it over to our casters.
You know, that's the same question we were asking ourselves here on the desk. I said we're going to go through an evolution of the meta, game to game. Well, yes, what season is this? A Fredrin Bears Jungle.
Oh, we are so back. And I bet you, Naisu, started to miss Homa. Because you're a bit of a revisit to Daytona's welcome. But you missed Florida, huh?
That's
Yeah. Okay. Well, behind the scenes, we were saying, okay, this has to be like a tie, or maybe even an alpha. I like the Barretts, but this means that RORA are playing around their magic damage. They're playing around the Sicilian and the Harith, which it makes a lot of sense that they'll both be getting the discounts so that they can get their items quicker. But Liquid, bro, they just need to build a bunch of Radiant armors and then they'll be okay. Let's see if Aurora can make this work. This is a very high risk, but Yue making it look rewarding because he is undefeated with the Sicilian.
And this is once again a specialty Harith in the hands of Dominicite. So many teams in the regular season have done 100 different things to ban out this Harith, and here he ends up with it.
Yeah. And that's why I'd say this is looking good. Like if you go down to the draft, I don't know what people say about the Barretts now. But this is already good, solid picks, Yue and Dominicite.
That's the thing. It's so brand new and so old at the same time that people don't have strong opinions about it.
You're not sure, you know? You're like, is it still good or not?
Yo, man, if it wins, everyone's gonna say, wow, what a brilliant pick. If it loses, boo. It's like, why'd you pick the Barretts? But, you know, personally, I like it. So, let's see. As we're looking at the action of the big screen, from time to time, I encourage our viewers to look at the map. See how the laning is actually going between Dominicite and Noheb. Because this is what's gonna be one of the main determining factors whether or not Aurora will make this Barretts in the jungle work. How well can Dominicite actually manage Oheb in the gold lane and win in the gold lane?
First turtle's up. Something already happening here. He Demon Kite will start this up, but now it's Carl easy to fight in order to jump in.
Here comes 40, almost gets bit and hit with that detonus welcome, but Demon Kite so quick on the retribution, securing that first turtle for the Northern Light. Sanford very low, lights on him, gets that taunt. The air strike by Sanji, a lot of damage on the Edward, popping that vengeance.
Oh, now they're still trying to get away. Edward could be in trouble, he falls.
Output Jing bikes it, Light standing in the middle of 3. Little low, pops that concussive blast. Missile expert, not enough to displace Carl Teasy. RORA gets to lick their wounds, happy with that one objective.
Okay, good thing Team Liquid Philippines were able to balance things out with a kill, but yeah, Demon Kite actually getting the Retribution Battle win against Carl Teasy there. Good thing that he was able to. But you see now, Liquid, even though they lose a turtle, they're not afraid to fight and re-engage. So Aurora, especially Light, needs to keep that in mind. UN needs to keep that in mind. And JP's still been super annoying for Aurora to deal with. His positioning is at the Hilda is one of the reasons why they were able to get that kill eventually onto Edward.
All right, take a look at the items too. You saw that you have about a couple hundred gold in favor for Dominic Kite in the lane you mentioned. Keep an eye on that. Now, look at this. Again, there's the pressure you were talking about.
Yeah, up top, Oheb got pushed back into the tower, and Dominic Kite was actually recall spamming in front of him, so we weren't able to see that on the big screen. But again, I encourage y'all, look at the map from time to time. Now, okay, good thing JP was able to, I feel like after that, that's when Oheb told JP, hey, I need your help here, join out. So now you see Aurora, especially Light, trying to get vision in the jungle. I'm pretty sure Dominic Kite knows that JP's hanging around here.
He's fine. Light on his tail, flushes him out almost seemingly with instant reaction. And they'll serve up this gold grab over the Dominic Kite. Very good start for that gold.
Good block there actually by Light to stop Oheb from getting that. But then also Oheb got a fat wave. Still gonna be really close. No team can find a big win in the gold lane just yet. The EXP lane, it's gonna be another dead lane experience unless one of them actually really messes up. But this turtle looks good for Aurora.
They're gonna start it up. He is part of this. They might have to just force this fight. There's another airstrike.
Sanji here, blasting away, cancels it. Oh, it actually secures the turtle. How'd that happen? And now you have blasted away with those bad impacts. And Demon Kite, no follow through from the rest of the Northern Lights, all Liquid.
Light's in trouble. He's gonna go down here too. It's 1v4 Light. He'll fall. JP picking that one up.
Again, JP on the Hilda, plus the fact that Oheb got the miraculous last hit using the Death Sonata. That was all Liquid. And you see again the presence of this Hilda every time showing off in the back. Demon Kite was left alone there because Hilda just decided to go after you and Doming.
I'm thinking when JP's utility will expire, and if that'll ever happen, oh my god! Dominic Kite with Sanji and JP alone. Oheb not even part of the action, takes him out. What was he thinking?
I mean, he's been pressed off of his tier 1 turret, zoned out completely for a while now, and then he ends up going down.
JP's locked in. JP is so locked in right now. So are everyone else inside of Liquid. Massive bleed. Now he's the one flexing. This Hilda, again, dude, there's so many problems every team fight. It seems like, yeah, they're looking around the objective, but UA's always getting left behind. There needs to be a fix in the comms. Watch out for the Hilda first. Accept that maybe going all in, making sure getting the turtle won't be the right play. Slowly go for heroes.
Lane, Edward, on the vengeance.
Razor's Wrath, not enough to take him down. He's all right. Again, a dead lane, and this is, weirdly enough, good news for Aurora. If at least one of your lanes isn't getting beat down, you have time to build up Yue. And in my humble opinion, I think Yue is more of a power player now than he was in Game 1. So at least if Aurora can extend this to past the 16, 18-minute mark, they should be in a better shape compared to Game 1.
Yeah, we've seen that Cecilia's hands of Yue before. It'll be quite deadly, especially in the late game now, leading into this next objective. Turtles, they can't let that turtle be secured by Oheb again. I don't know if that was the Death Sonata or the Rhapsody that got it, but Carl Teasy's setting this one up.
That is Death welcome. Throw in Sanford over into that wall. The Salmon Force by Dominic Kite. 40 falls, serving up a kill to Yue. JP gonna be up next. Sanji under his back. AOG by Light cancels it. Sanji with the flicker. Razor Craft taking Dominic down. Carl? Down goes JP. Edward takes care of business.
A good fight for Aurora. Edwards jumping back up on the top side. He keeps Oheb out, but a good fight there.
Abu Jinjing has had it.
Yeah, perfect team fight split. Of course, Edward not giving up on the kill meant that they get a little bit more resources. Carl Teasy, a little shaky there. It looked like he would have gotten punished big time by Aurora, but Sanji eventually came back to back him up. So now Aurora can continue playing around that idea. See, they were going slowly, just a little bit for the heroes. Demon Cat was able to get that bite down onto Sanford. And then if they can continue to make sure that Sanford's the one taking the brunt of the damage initially, then they should be okay.
Sanford has been doing well to keep Edward down, but Edward rotates out. And I think that's a small victory for Aurora. That bottom lane, that expedite can take care of itself. Yeah. Now we're going into Dom and Kite is ready. And I'm hoping that's where Aurora is right now, because if you're waiting for US still, that's about 6-7 minutes out from now. Like, that is a non-starter if you want to fight now for this first war.
At least in that case that UA got a kill out of that, you know, kind of help them scale up a little bit quicker here. They did go ahead and do that lane swap. Dome and Kite now on this bottom side. Trying to press this in, but he's going to have a whole lot to deal with. So can't exactly push the lane in. They're going to push that turret down, and they're going to lead into this next floor when it does come up. So it's up to Aurora to kind of decide on how they want to play this out.
Yep, Sanji is staying way back. He's actually floating around the orange side buff of Aurora. I think he's providing space for Oheb, but Sanford's in trouble.
Right with a conceal, forcing Sanford out of defensive range. That's the first turret for Aurora.
I guess I said they want to decide what to do. They got the turret.
Yeah, I think that was the info. The fact that Sanji got into the orange buff without any vision at all, I think Liquid decided to just call, hey, I think all of them are just down there already in the lower portion of the map. So good thing Sanford was able to get away in time. And when you're gonna look at Barrett's and the Lapu Lapu, you're waiting for the timing of the Bravest Spider, the Raging Slashes, the CC immunity, a little bit of the Lapu Lapu should help avoid the initial wait.
Oh, this is a fight that's breaking out. Carl Deasy, the Vanguard for Liquid. It's a non-starter. Aurora has to let go. They have to reconsider their options here.
I was kind of surprised too that they were so up front, especially with Dome and Kite leading the charge, still going. Reaching dead here, but now Edward could be in trouble.
My God, Edward's got 3 on him. The dead as well, throw him to the wall. The Vengeance. Swiping away Sanji with the salvos. And Carl Teasy survives. Light falls into the back line. 40 against 3. Aurora can't fight with this front line wrecking lineup.
Liquid, they woke up good today. The positioning of Sansan, the Vengeance came in actually perfectly for Edward. I thought they'd be able to get the punish, but the fact that Sanji, right at the very furthest edge of his feathered airstrike, still got the kill onto Edward. And then eventually Sanford coming through, readjusting so that the other members of Aurora can clap back. This is why we were a little bit skeptical towards the Barracks. It was good, but still with a healthy hint of skepticism. Now as we look at the items, on the way to the Dominance Ice for the Lapu Lapu, already up to the Malefic Roar for the Granger, still very far away from the Holy Crystal for Dominkite's Harith, and that's the item that they need right now.
It's crazy how it fell apart so fast for Dominkite. You know, he was winning that lane against Oheb, and then all of a sudden he's down to what, 2,000 gold.
It's that bad. It's that bad.
He's got to go heal back up. I don't know, he's having a good time.
When it comes to big fights, Aurora just doesn't have enough utility. I don't know how Liquid's making this work, because you look at their lineup, the only real AoE CC they have is Sanford and Carl Deasy. JP makes it look like he has it, but he's using damage as a threat to make up for that.
Oh, conceal?
JP looking to go hunting, jumps onto UA, forcing that Bat's Beast. They take care of the Lord, and in comes Carl Deasy. Feathered airstrike by Sanji. Surgical approach to taking that tier 2.
Yeah. Turret. The fact that JP changed the trajectory of his walk, he used a second skill, I believe, on the minion, making it look like where Yue brought down his Bat's Claws, actually, the Sanguine Claws, would have caught JP. But JP was like, nope, I knew you know that I think I'm going there, so I'm going to go this way instead. Setting up with the feathered airstrike for Sanji, stopping any responses from Aurora.
They're playing around with the utility that they have very well for TLPH. They find themselves now with a good lead. 6k up, they're going to put pressure on the purple, and they got it as well. So Demon Kite, no buff here. Definitely having a hard time. I mean, it's not just that the Barrett is kind of slow to move on his own, but realistically, you're able to be kind of that front line, but then you also put yourself in the position to get the Daytonas on them off and try to make that work, but it's not working the way they want to. And I feel like a big part of that is because, again, it's Dominkite that's taken a lot of damage before a big fight even breaks out. So then his positioning is then at risk of that.
Yeah, in the heyday of Barats, there would always be a hero like a Matilda or a Rafaela to help in the positioning. Here, he's basically raw dogging that as well, because he's trying to get it in when Liquid knows it. Here it is. We just have to sidestep. We just have to move over here.
It's a brute force Barons. The fact that you have to revitalize on the Gacha, theoretically, if everyone's just all clumped up, it'll work well for him. But wait, whoa.
See, even this they can't deal with. Appraiser's Wrath right in your face. In comes 40. Sanji with the feathered airstrike, forcing his Alpha Force away from Demon Kite. Tommy Kite too, but he's down. And these three members of Liquid are running through him. Down goes Light. Down goes Demon Kite. And there's nothing Rora can do.
TLPH saw the window and they took it.
And they're already in the base, not even taking down the inhibitor. This is a straight on stampede. Edward, the only one left, push out of his own base. This is miserable.
Oh, they're quite low. They'll clear out the minions.
Oh, Edward,
though, is he gonna fight?
Edward,
why?
Not gonna survive against 5, not like this.
He bought enough time though. The turret still stands. But the Lord is up, so they'll reset, they'll make their way for the Lord.
A lot of questionable decisions for the side of Aurora. I know for them it's like, yay, cool, we got Carl Teasy, but there's a massive deficit for you. If Carl Teasy shows himself in the map like that, there's always at least going to be 1 or 2 members of Liquid nearby ready to swoop in. Bro, that's a Fredrin. He can take that damage. Questionable for Aurora.
He wants to take that damage.
Yeah.
And in the wake of that stumble, again, a wipeout. Rora, see another Lord go for the Liquid.
As I'd say, you see the value in him. That's what Fredrin is. And with this, the Lord is secure. They'll get ready to go ahead and take down some of these base turrets of Aurora's. Again, the lead has ballooned to 10,000. And honestly, Aurora has not had an answer for anything so far through this game. Even when you look at, okay, what's the late game insurance policy? Is it Yue isn't there. I mean, he's got what, 2 items he's working on next. Doing finally gets his Holy Crystal, man. So they should be able to at least clear the waves with that. Oh, hold on. They do get a base turret. Base turret's gonna go down. The Lord is still being worked on here. So Aurora's able to clear it out. 12,000 now for TLPH. They take the discipline route. They end up taking out this mid turret next. Tier 2 is gonna be the focus here. Sanford jumps forward. Now forward. Desperately trying to hold on to base turrets, but look at the feathered airstrike damage.
Yeah, it hurts
too much.
Too much. Aurora now have to pull a miracle. And at this point, Liquid, a night and day performance from what we saw from the last time we saw Liquid and Aurora go up against each other. Remember, going into this, Liquid has not beaten Aurora in a series. Now 2 games in the best of 7 grand finals, they are just dominating Aurora.
Demon Kite gets taunted here. Energy eruption working out. Over to you, Sanji gets blasted! Crocodile is gonna be up next. Detna's welcome, thrown into the wall, looking light from the back line. Edward too. The Vengeance pop, the AOG catches OM. In comes Edward. Down goes Carl Teasy. Where did this come from? JP getting chased down by Edward. Down goes Demon Kite. Demon Kite looking to swear vengeance for his fallen brother. Edward hunting JP down. Broken wall working out for him. 3 for 1. Oheb, former brothers, agents, now turned rivals. Oheb wins.
And a back and forth. And it erupts here in the arena, but Rora might have found a little bit of life in that exchange.
100%. I'm not completely sure if it was the missile expert that brought Sanji in a very weird spot.
Didn't expect that.
Did not expect. He was not supposed to be there that close. Light and Edward came in perfectly for the gank, but they could not get Oheb comfortably. JP was spacing out very well for Oheb, but then Oheb eventually got that kill onto Edward after the clapback. Liquid now, I think that was a warning shot. Aurora are definitely back in this, while Liquid still hold a comfortable lead. Remember, there is already a Holy Crystal on that Harith for Dominkite.
So it looks like TLPH will still respect what Aurora is able to do. They'll let Demon Kite go ahead and start that Lord. they're fighting for position here. Look at JP's positioning though. Keep an eye on him. Lord less than half health, the feather airstrike comes down.
Silent force by Dominkite. He's got Sanford trained on him. Dominkite very low. Down goes Edward. Oh, it gets another. Curl Teasy taking out the equation. Lightsurge up a kill. 40. Very low. Immortality. Oheb wailing away. Dominkite, Yue and Demon Kite cutting their losses. No retribution for Liquid.
It's on the gold laners now. And I think Carl Teasy needs to understand, like, with the damage already on that Harith, he can't be like the main front guy. But I think Liquid decided to commit that turn. They decided to go call for the hero instead. And now you see some very classic echo shenanigans of where Sanji is right now, very deep in. My question is, how long is he gonna hold that bush? Because the last time we saw something like this, it was held for like, what, 4 or 5 minutes all those years ago.
Yeah, and not only that, but Leo mentioned this earlier on.
He's backing?
Especially with UA on the Sicilian here, he's gonna need plenty of time. Well, look at this, 313 stacks.
Ooh.
Almost at the 18-minute mark. That's why we're seeing the impact of those bad impacts now.
God, look at this kill. 1 kill away from map stacks. 70 on the Sky Piercer. That means he's been getting all of his kills off after he got the Sky Piercer.
Oh yeah.
Just pure value.
Yeah, so even though RORA, you see them fighting very well, Oheb's not dying. And now the pressure is on the Dominkite and Oheb. It's really on them right now to mess up. Oh!
Lucky with the fair airstrike, zoning Yue out.
Flicker down too.
JP as well.
Liquid cannot blitz this. They have to wait for the feathered airstrike to come back.
Yeah, they're gonna need that. And it was Oheb that grabbed that purple buff on Aurora's side and half health here.
Man-to-man defense like JP keeping Yue honest. Lord out of 10 of itself. Sanford with the Brave Spider. Summon Force by Dominkite. They're bruising down the Lord. Oheb secures. Immortality off of Sanford. Down goes Domink.
Domink's gone and Edward's gonna fall as well.
AOG by Light does not find JP. The taunt on the Demon Kite. This is close to over. Nothing for RORA on the board. Down goes Sanji. Can Light Yue do this? The flicker from Daddy JP.
Oheb's there. He's looking for more. He takes out another and Oheb will get another. Ooh. It's a wipeout.
Liquid continue their momentum. 2-0.
You see the hype on Oheb stood up immediately. Sanji and Oheb on point. The man-to-man defense from JP. Liquid do not want to let go of the hopes of the Golden Road.
Oheb back-to-back games. Phenomenal. Locked in there. Comes in, cleans up. And JP as well, man. We got to throw it over to the panel to break this one down.
And that is an unofficial savage for Oheb. Look at that. I have, like you mentioned this earlier, man, I have never seen Oheb this insane before.
I've never seen him this angry. He looks mad. You could feel the emotions in his gameplay. And for this entire regular season, I just saw him as a more low-key, does the job, but it's not that flashy kind of gold laner as what we probably are so used to seeing him. But now, it's different. Game number 1, he had the Harith, he was just unstoppable. But who made all of this possible in the first place?
Of course, it is Daddy JP there going crazy with the Hilda actually in the first few minutes of the game.
Wow.
He was non-stop here. That's
yeah, he never let go of the heptases,
man. Wow.
So you could see
you gotta make those first hits count, right? Yeah.
And why he was so confident in burning the flicker just to chase after kills and pick it up for himself. And I think he did get a couple kills in the early.
All right. But I saw a few times where he hesitated to swing the axe.
Yeah. Maybe
he was
just
trying to give the kill.
Give way, yeah.
But Carl Teasy was about to die in that specific moment. So he said, you know what, I'll take it. Let's go.
Yeah.
And he did the job that was necessary for Team Liquid to really, again, stampede their way to victory.
I just want to say, if you missed the pre-show, this guy has been always undefeated in the grand finals. And how is Liquid playing this good against Aurora, who again, they never beat in the regular season?
Yeah, he's like a grand final savant. he's a maestro here. As you can see how he has enabled this kind of movement coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. The big pincer maneuvers, they have so much confidence going into the team fight. Again, because of very reliable backline support from OHEV as well as, of course, their front line, which is crazy on that Fredrin. We're seeing the reason why Carl TZ really is a Fredrin man so far for MPLPH.
Yeah, and honestly, it was also partly Aurora, and as our casters mentioned, making some really questionable decisions throughout.
That's right.
It's not as clean as the Aurora we're so used to seeing.
I'm looking forward to Aurora cleaning it up, especially for game number 3. Because if this keeps going, we might go early today. I don't want to see that. Everyone's guessing a game 7 here.
I don't want to see that too. And maybe we can also kind of recall how we all felt about the Barretts in the start, in the beginning, when it was revealed to us in the draft, because there were a lot of, I don't know, uncertainty around it. There was a lot of uncertainty around the Barretts pick. Aside the fact that it's not paired up with a support hero that we did mention before heading into the game.
Yeah, like the Matilda, it helps with mobility.
Yeah, it should be there. Usually the Barretts is very hard to pull off, even way back when it was meta, if you don't have that by its side. So what more now that it's not entirely in the meta, and Liquid are just stampeding their way through with this kind of lineup that they have.
Basically, if you don't have like an S-test to make sure that you are not dying right away, or a Matilda to get you out of harm's way, maybe make a very fancy Dayton is welcome play, it's really bad. And it's been giving bad results in the previous meta. But now, we're seeing, again, Renmar said it, like, if it wins, it's good. If it's bad, you know, if it doesn't loses, is it automatically bad though? I guess we'll have to see, because we haven't. It's only game 1. Sorry, it's 1 game.
It's just 1 game. It's not a best of 5, so Aurora still has 2 more chances of actually evening out the series and not letting Liquid actually secure the win. But yeah, maybe it was a bit too apparent that they clearly tried to play too much for Yue and Dominkite here, even when there were no other options for utility jungler, or for meta utility junglers left. So maybe they really settled with that idea, and I don't think it's that bad, because Barretts, it's like something very similar to the Fredrin in a sense.
Yeah, you know what? We saw some pretty fancy maneuvers earlier in the mid-game where we said, you know what? Oh, Aurora, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Right? Maybe they could pull something off.
But that's it. They weren't able to.
Yeah, it was just a one-off, apparently. I thought they could kind of momentum their way out of that one, but apparently that did not happen. So far, that was a 19-minute game, which we expected would be very good for the Sicilian, which it did, to some extent. The Sicilian did hurt. But once your enemies start jumping onto you, the range of the Sicilian and what it can do kind of just diminishes.
That dude, I think they got really outranged in this game. The Farsa and the Granger, plus the Skypiercer stacks, plus the amount of damage they already got, because they were very much ahead in terms of gold, was too much for Aurora to handle. That even if Demon Kite and Light tried to put themselves up front, they couldn't tank it, or Liquid don't care. They will just try to bypass, or just try throwing out their resources onto either Yue or Dominkite. They'll be the ones looking for them instead. Like, they know that Demon Kite nor Light won't pose that big of a threat. So what's stopping them from playing so aggressively? And even Sanji, we saw him holding some very rare or unusual bushes. It was even mentioned by the casters that it reminds us of a same or a similar play years ago, where 5 minutes that person just stayed in that bush. Well, Sanji didn't do that, but
not 5 minutes, but it's the same effect, right?
Yeah, you get the point. It's so aggressive from Liquid.
Aggressive, which is again their signature coming into this one. OHEV is the BPI rich guy with 878 GPM. He went loco in this one, folks. He went loco
in the past 2 games.
In the past 2 games, honestly. And then this one, I was saying maybe part of it is also, you know, he is facing off against one of his brothers. One of his favorite
yes.
teammates, Edward. We saw that earlier when Edward was going insane on the bottom side. It's so poetic. It was Oheb who shut that down.
Yeah, we were all screaming, "Oh, it's Edward and Oheb up against each other down bottom" when they actually had that team fight. But
my heart.
Those were just one of the many encounters they had so far in the past 2 games. But it's so unfortunate that we don't get to see Aurora play their game just yet.
Yeah, I don't think this is Aurora's game.
This is not. They're much more cleaner than this.
I know. So I'm wondering what needs to happen here, and maybe they'll get a little bit more of an idea of what needs to happen here. Maybe it's Yue. I would like to see Yue back on the Kimi, at least for 1 game.
Yeah.
Just to bring back that savage feel that we saw in the regular season for him.
I also think this was a Sicilian's first loss.
It is, I think so.
Because every time they bring out the Sicilian, it's either a do or die, it's either I don't know, they choked out you as other options kind of situation, but he pulls it off either way. But this was different. It wasn't a last pick Sicilian, it was I think a first phase Sicilian.
Yeah, very early. I think second, red 2, I think there was red 2.
Yeah, but even then, it didn't work. So it's really unusual to see Aurora in this kind of position. We're hoping that they actually find a way to regroup heading into game number 3, but if we are gonna put a bit more highlight onto Sanji, what else can we say about this Farsa performance even?
I mean, usually Farsas are pretty laid back, right?
Yeah.
But this one, Sanji also was on fire here. There's just no other way to say it.
Yeah.
He was crazy. He went also very aggressive.
Even against a Gatot, a CC.
Gatot usually cancels out your feathered airstrike, so usually you want to stay far away.
Yeah.
But in this one, Sanji really played like, I don't mind. Let's go ahead. Let's duel it out.
I don't care. Let's go.
So, is that the mode that we're seeing Team Liquid in right now? Is this a mode where they don't really have any fear against any pick? That's a scary Team Liquid.
That
right?
is.
So before that though, obviously, I hope that our players are taking water, especially with SIP purified water, which is filtered through volcanic rocks for a crisp, clean taste that quenches like no other. Alis uhaw, sip na. Nice segue, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
I really thought about
Maybe we should translate Alis uhaw in a bit, but also, just so you guys know, if you have no funds to shell out for air conditioning units that will only use once, worry not, because Arctic Aircon Rental has a wide range of packages that will surely fit your budget.
Yeah, be it an outdoor function or an outdoor affair. Sorry, an indoor function or outdoor affair. I mixed those two up, I'm sorry. Arctic or Aircon actually rental is here to make your events cool and fuss-free while keeping your guests comfy. Which again, they're the ones actually doing this whole thing. And this whole...
You can see why his hair is like...
But the air is blowing in my face.
Yeah.
It's so cold, I'm actually shivering in a place where it's usually very hot. So thank you so much. And of course, let's go to Go Hotels. If you want to go explore more, hashtag Go Explore More with Go Hotels. Go ahead and book them right here. If you need a place to chill in while you are waiting after a very tiring grand finals, there's one nearby here.
Yeah.
So
our casters are always excited to head back
and chill
to Go Hotels after a long day, because we've had long days throughout our playoffs. This isn't new to us, by the way. Even in season 15, we've had like the first 2 days with all maxed out series, 2 best of 5s
and 20-minute games.
So this isn't new to us, but we're glad we have Go Hotels this time.
Thank you so much for Go Hotels for keeping us near the area and making me not commute all the way to the middle of the Manila. Thank you so much. So we are gonna go ahead and get into the smart power pose though. Put your game face on and make your smart
Do the
power
pose, do the pose.
Let's do the pose.
Oh, I wish Glad did it.
Yeah,
oh, there you go. Oh, no.
Come on. It's a classic OHEB pose. So,
come on.
Is no one willing to take the challenge?
Oh, there you go.
There it is.
That's good.
It's from Rora's side.
You just keep the tip of your finger right under your nose.
Shush the haters.
Yeah.
Shush the doubters, boys and girls. Come on.
Okay. Oh, he had to take off his glasses, so it's more accurate. Okay.
That's right. OHEB doesn't have glasses.
Okay, I think this is a face-off. This is gonna be a face.
Oh, wow. That's how you do it. They're trying to...
I like it. Okay.
They're trying to style their hairs.
So every time it pans to the other, they'll be fixing their hair first and then redoing the entire thing. But okay, congratulations, sir.
Okay.
You are unfortunate.
Can he win too?
You win.
Can they both win? Please, Smart.
Everyone thinks you're still a winner.
Yeah, we're all winners here with experiencing such a beautiful match like this. And again, highest tier MLBB action, I think.
Yeah.
So
I mean, look at that. How often do you see the top one team forced to draft a lot more differently than they usually do?
This is completely different RORA, honestly, that we're seeing.
I don't know where to start, Brie, honestly. I could feel how Coach RC is also like really mad.
Yeah. So
he said it, right?
He said it yesterday.
Yesterday, and in another interview that he blames himself.
I think for game one.
Yeah.
Sorry, for day one.
Day one.
Where they lost.
Yeah, they lost their match against Falcons before their rematch during day one of the play-ins, and he says he blames himself because he wasn't there, or like he wasn't able to help because again he had to recover.
Yeah.
So now look at him. Look at Coach RC now.
He's on fire. And for Aurora, I feel like, come on, should we go back to basics here? Like master the basics?
I hope so. I hope so.
Is that the call? Come on, we need something like that to happen because right now it feels like we are hemorrhaging wins. We're hemorrhaging gold here for the RORA side.
Yeah. Fundamentals were always what we were looking forward to see in Aurora's playstyle, and how clean their execution is of these fundamentals. They're a team you always want to look forward to seeing or to look up to when you want to like double check on how you're doing your fundamentals.
They're like the baseline.
They're the baseline.
Yeah.
And it's a bit too clean. It's unbelievably clean. So now I feel like everyone's really confused as to what's happening.
What's going on, man?
What's going on? But it's nothing that they can't recover from. We've seen this time and time again. Aurora, if there's one thing that they've learned throughout time, definitely it's to adapt.
That's right.
A lot more better in situations like this.
Adaptability is something that we've seen Mr. Consistent go through as well. So I don't doubt it's gonna happen, or it can happen. The question is when. But before that, let's throw it over to an M7 Spotlight video with Kyrie.
Me and the team are doing good in scrims and practice, and hopefully we can play the same in the tournament. Don't forget to support us and watch us guys on this upcoming playoffs, and hopefully we can qualify for M7 and see you there.
Aw, thank you, Kyrie.
Did you hear the squeals in the arena?
I think some people are fainting after seeing Kyrie there. But yeah, I'm kidding. No, they're not. But they're close to.
I heard so many screams and squeals, and
Kyrie looks good.
Yeah.
His hair is pretty good.
I can't even recall the last time I heard him speak in Filipino.
We miss you, Kyrie. We miss you, brother. And here's a golden Sammy we're talking about here. They're looking for that back-to-back championship. Season 15, Season 16, can it happen? They already won MSC. They already won Season 15. If they win Season 16, M7 is the only one missing.
Oh my goodness. It was something that we once thought was so impossible.
It feels like a fever dream.
Yeah, just because of how competitive every single season develops into, and like even when you step foot into Worlds, there are just other regions constantly stepping up too.
Exactly, not just the season, not just Philippines, right? It all over the world. In Indonesia right now, Onyx feels unstoppable. Onyx feels very strong. SRG all the way in Malaysia. Also, I think they're undefeated so far in the season.
Yeah.
So what is up? Everyone in the chat knows this, especially our international viewers. They're the one who loves watching the other regions as well. Everyone's going crazy right now, and the Golden Road feels impossible. But TLPH is starting to do it.
Yeah, we have Liquid. So there's two things that Liquid might actually accomplish if they do secure the championship for this season. For now, it's being the third team to get a back-to-back, and it's being one step closer to finally achieving the golden row.
But speaking of close, Brie, can anyone be more close than these two, Edward and Ohem? It's really spine-tingling seeing them together in so many pictures, especially in these ones in the background when they're so young.
Yeah.
Look at these baby faces right there.
Look at their face masks.
Oh,
and look at their hairstyles.
Look at their hairstyles evolving throughout the years as
Look at their headbands. Look at their jerseys. We've seen all versions of it where they were in a single team. So if you were to throw back to, I think, a lot of people's favorite era, the Age of the Crown.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very iconic duo that you're seeing too, in both Edward and Oheb. So sometimes when you think about it, it's a bit too unreal it's been so long since we last saw them play together.
And it's now even more unreal to see them beating each other up on the stage. Not literally, but in the game. You know what I mean, guys? Come on, don't.
Yeah, of course. What else could we mean?
It's just so poetic. At the same time, it really just hits at your heartstrings, man. But for that matchup that we are looking for the longest time, Demon Kite, Carl Teasy, I gotta say, the stats are really skewing towards the face of MLBB, at least in this specific one.
Yeah, I think also up there you could put Zaida.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I agree, Brie.
If not, I think he has first for some of these, or no, I think it's majority in Carl's hands too. Like Carl, maybe you could say because he's played a lot more games. I think that's almost double the games that Demon Kite played in the playoffs. But also, it's something. It's one thing to be this consistent in all of these games.
And across all of these stats as well, like DPM, average kills, GPM, you're getting ahead of most of the junglers. It's scary to think that Carl TC is doing this as well with mostly utility.
Yeah.
Mostly utility. So it's insane. At the same time, it's also kind of maybe painting a picture of what our metagame in the jungle currently looks like.
It's great though that both of these junglers we're seeing in our screen or in front of our screens are junglers who can work with either of the two jungle types that exist now or that you most probably have to familiarize yourself with, so you could really play the current meta game, because you can't be restricted. Like now that we're in this patch, you can't stick with just like all utility throughout or
you can't
all
be a
assassin. You can't be like that. And so it really favors teams who have learned how to adjust and explore a bit more. We were so used to only sticking to one, and now it's so nice to see that we are open to both.
That's right. And at the same time, we've also seen teams who have failed to adapt to what the meta is in the jungle that they've already faltered. They've already fallen here in the MPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs. So either way, I still want to see that Fredrin contested. I think you guys want
Yes, of course.
I know you guys want to see the Carl TC Lancelot. We're all in this together. Trust me, chat, we know.
Yeah, so now that I think about it,
and the Hayabusa as well, right?
Liquid's successful in first picking the Fredrin over the Harith. And isn't that like Doming's first or maybe even second loss?
Probably.
On the Harith this season?
It's insane. It's one of his best heroes. It's one of Doming Kite's best heroes, and it suffered that fate. It is scary to think what kind of strategizing that Team Liquid is doing right now behind the scenes to make sure that their best picks, that the best picks here for Aurora are basically getting nerfed.
Okay, there probably is a lot going in the minds of MTB, Dexar, and the full Aurora.
Yeah.
Because we're heading into the draft very, very soon. I know you could see them right behind us.
They're getting ready.
And that's the first step if they want to even things out or catch up to Liquid standing currently in this finals, because they're just 2 more wins away. Can you believe that? I do not want to see a suite.
Please no. I do not. We booked our hotels for the long haul. We went to our Go hotels. We said, you know what? I feel like we're gonna be in for until later tonight.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna book. We're not gonna check out quite yet.
I had a hard time going to sleep last night.
So please, you're getting like overthinking. Like,
Yeah, because I'm just so excited about all this. I'm expecting we'll go all the way, but everything was really comfortable, by the way.
Oh yeah.
But I've prepared myself mentally for a very long series.
That's right. You've even bought like what do you call that? Where is it? Brigida.
I brought a
Where
blanket.
is your blanket?
It's
Brigida actually prepared the blanket.
It's not. I didn't buy it though, but someone
gave it.
Someone gave it.
So thank you.
I would like to thank whoever gave me.
That's right.
This.
Look at this.
Where's
Look at
the
this.
head?
I just want to say it looks cool.
Whoever gave me this minion.
Aside from their 1v1 playoffs history, by the way, where Demon Kite is all obviously a bit behind. Look at that. Look at Brigida's blanket.
Look at this. Oh my goodness.
The Demon Kite has been able to catch up in their matchup in season 14.
Yeah, in season 14. But it's just in season 14.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. Demon Kite's always like losing. I was trying to look for a different term, but
there's just no other way around it.
There's no other way around it. This is what the stats show us. Carl TZ always gets the upper hand against Demon Kite, and it's always like a 1-3 or a 0-3 to make things a bit worse.
Yes, so it's been a bit of a stomp for the most part for the Carl TZ. He's the face of MLBB for a reason. And I think that reason is very optimal, or very apparent here in Game 1 and Game 2 as well.
If only you could put regular season records here too, but you can't.
Can't we?
These are just playoffs.
Come on.
These are just playoffs records.
Yeah, these are playoffs.
So that's why they're all favoring Carl. And how devastating is that going to be for Demon Kite if they meet the same fate?
Again? Then maybe they need a duel or a rematch.
Someone bought the Aurora thingy.
Aurora thingy, the robe.
Oh yeah, the robe.
The robe. In the mountains.
In the mountains.
The robe in the mountains. The Zen. I'm not gonna say that on podcast. Come on, dude. Look at the Immortal Cup. Man.
Yeah, it's so nice. Oh my goodness, we're so close to seeing the next draft and Aurora back to first pick.
Okay, they're on blue side, 76% win rate on that side for RORA here, or I think overall. And yeah, so get your blankets ready, I hope, which Brigida is doing right now off cam. She is very obsessed with this blanket.
I am obsessed with this minion blanket.
It's nice, it's a minion, so.
Okay.
So we are going in this one. It looks like a very tense moment, at least for Aurora. Look at the body language here for Team Liquid. They seem to, I saw Carl TZ on there a little bit.
What?
not gonna lie.
Don't.
Not gonna lie. I hope the fire is still there. Get into the countdown here for the drafting phase of game number 3 between Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora Gaming. So we're looking for the first bans later on, but first let's look at the map draw. It will be crucial. It will also kind of dictate, depending, sometimes it dictates the speed on which we will make ganks happen.
Again.
The rotations around expanding rivers, but it will be dangerous grass for game number 3.
Oh yeah, it's different. We've had 3 different maps so far.
Oh, the randomizer is doing its thing.
It's randomizing today.
It's randomizing today. Good job, randomizer.
Okay. Why am I getting a feeling that they're not really taking out the Harith anymore? Not unless Aurora wants to do that.
Yeah, I think so. I think we can definitely safe to say that either teams can actually pull off the Harith at this point. So leaving it open doesn't feel as bad compared to like some regular season or even some earlier playoffs games.
Yeah. Okay, Hilda gets respected though.
Hilda does get a lot of respect as well.
Yeah.
So
and JP,
good job, JP.
Yes.
Yeah, good job, Daddy JP.
So maybe Aurora might be a bit more open to an assassin jungler.
Yeah.
But it depends if they get the Fredrin first pick again. It's been the trend for the past 2 games. Always been the Fredrin prioritized in blue. But Liquid...
They call me a hero,
they seem to have found a way around it, so they change things up.
All right, that's a little different here.
This is the first time Isushin's been open for the series.
Wow, okay. So this might be something different for Aurora. This might speed up their mid-game tempo with this pick. Now then again, we're looking for its matchup, its win rate against the Fredrin. I would say can be pretty close.
Yeah, so it's Liquid considering still a Fredrin because there are other junglers option. I think that's why they delayed for Red 3 first. The God of Harith, as expected, will be the response. It's impossible for you not to get the Harith when you're in red side and it's still available at this point. So Granger, I think this is gonna be very consistent for Aurora. They have to secure Doming's hero in the first phase, especially now that it's been a Harith Granger matchup always. So this is gonna be the difference.
I think this core lineup here for Aurora is already fine, especially with the high loss in tow. I think Alice would be a very good pick for Aurora, just to make sure that this Wise Assassin Granger can kind of maneuver around it. You can also kind of just solidify someone with, because it's physical damage, jungle with physical damage, gold laner. So I think you want to go magic on your. If you don't want to go bombing on the mage, maybe you want to go and get that Alice. But Hayabusa on Carl TZ, we talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
This is a good switch up, and they're not getting stuck in a pattern.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Really good. From a Baksha to a Fredrin to a Hayabusa.
He's doing everything.
Carl's been doing everything. He's been getting majority of those really good meta picks that are not usually all open.
I am not the only.
So it's really surprising that it gets open.
It's excellent, actually.
Yeah. So the Farsa's still available too. I think it's gonna suit the Liquid lineup a lot.
Yeah, the Eve can also work for Aurora this time around, so maybe they might consider picking that up.
So if Liquid wants, they could just ban the Eve and then get the Farsa, so there won't be any matchup. But Aurora take it out themselves.
Okay. All right. So obviously it's gonna be a lot of mages probably on the docket here. I think Valentina is one of the picks that has not been mentioned a lot, but could probably make it to TLPH depending on how they want to use it. I don't like it just for the glorious pathway, but I'm thinking ahead for Aurora's mage pick here.
Yeah, I think it's also a lot more frequently coming out when there's a Grok on the other side, or when there's that really good big ticket ult that you want for yourself. But currently, it's the glorious pathway, and I think that's also really helpful if you're Liquid. But they take the Novaria out again.
Okay. So the mid matchup obviously is gonna be. We might start seeing a bit of a different mid lane matchup here.
What was Sanji on during game 1?
Was it at the Eve?
But now it's gone.
Yeah, it's gone now. So it might maybe another mid control mage. Selena is not out of the question here, I think.
That's what I was thinking, because it's always the matchup whenever the Novaria comes out to counter the Selena, but not to counter. It's just to match the Selena. But Lunox gets taken out as well. It feels so. It feels like it was just yesterday, but okay.
Oh my god, what happened to Lunox? Lunox, come on.
What happened to Lunox Kimmy? Like they were
Lunox Kimmy.
They're
not even getting banned.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Lunox got banned here by RORA.
Farsa or Kimmy might be coming in later for both Sanji and Yue.
RORA needs big magic damage here. They need big magic damage, lest they be armored out by TLPH.
I don't think the Kimmy's a bad idea.
It is true. It is a really good. If you're looking for big magic damage, that's it. But at the same time, it might be.
There's a Haya Lapu.
Yeah. And the gold is gonna be eaten up by the YSS and the Granger. So you will lose out on some gold.
But you can't go Sicilian here either.
Yes, I do not want a Sicilian here. There's the Alice. I knew it was coming. But who's the mage? Selena. All right.
Okay. So what's left for Sanji is like the Farsa. Yeah. We did say the Farsa, Selena are like the options left for both.
Maybe a Lilia. Farsa it is. All right. There you go. All right, so despite what our fears earlier, Brigid, I think we kind of predicted that draft pretty well.
Yeah.
So good job. Up here. There you go. High
The
five.
options were out there.
The options were out there. That's good. So we're not so far out of the meta yet.
Not yet, especially in this game.
That's right.
We're not seeing any Barretts or anything, and we're back to the Yi Sun Shins, Hayabusas.
Nothing too crazy.
Nothing too crazy.
I like it.
I think the way the momentum's going, though, this is a very comfortable lineup that Liquid has secured for themselves. Aurora can play this just as aggressively, but after some time.
Yeah, let's see if Aurora can buy some time here in game number 3. Don't forget, it's already 2-0 for the Stampede and Cavalry. Throw it over to our casters to bring us the game.
Right now, this is about the most looking Season 16 draft we've seen on both sides. We're back to those YSS Hayabusa matchup. We've got marquee picks on both sides, but is this going to be enough for Aurora to finally get a point in the series? It's a best of 7 right now, facing 0-2 against Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, so when I first saw the 3 picks, blue side of Aurora, I liked it. You cannot go wrong with those first 3 picks, no matter what you slot in for blue 4 and blue 5. Then you see the Selena. I am partial to the thought that this is very coin flippy if you're playing around the Selena like this, especially when you see the Gatakacha and the Farsa on the other side, the fact that you're playing up against a Lapu Lapu, but then it was paired up with an Alice. So Aurora are now going to be playing a lot of dive, playing around that Granger and the YSS, but then you're up against a Hayabusa on the other side that now very coin flippy to see which team's actually going to take this.
What I'm looking for is Aurora's box control. Wolf has been speaking ad nauseum about boxes, and in game 1 and 2, that's been one of their major problems. Given we haven't really talked about it during the game, I'm pretty sure it was alluded to by our esteemed panel, Rockhart and Brigida, but that's what I'm looking for. They have a Hylos that should help, and I think that's key to them recovering. Again, fixing that 2-0 problem.
The only box I feel like really that we've talked about was when the Eve was picked up, and now a couple times, you know, it's either been picked up or it's been banned at this point. But, you know, when you look at Aurora and their chance to set up a box, it's kind of weird the way it's going to work, because anytime we see the Alice drafted in, we know that that's a big component to kind of zoning out the opposing team, and that's going to happen to TLPH. Oh, whoa. Oheb and Dominkai, by the way, going through this. Sanford will have to burn the flicker, so he doesn't have that. But Carl TZ joins too. Turtle's up though, so they're going to go and start this up.
Wow.
JP holding down the front. He gets Dominkai really low here.
It's a Shin Mountain Shocker. They're going to try to pull a Hail Mary here. Sanky with the feathered airstrike, zoning out Aurora. JP very low, survives via the Revitalize. Gets got first blood on by Edward.
Oh, Edward, he goes down. Shadow Kill going to be used. Carl picks up 1.
It's all Liquid, man.
Wow, I feel bad for Dominkai. That's like 3 games now where JP's just been man-marking him. JP fell, yes, and that was a great entry with the Gleam and the Throne of Ruin by Edward. But in the end, Liquid held on. JP got back in time to pop up the Revitalize and help Liquid stay strong up against the entry of the Alice.
Sanji. Like from Sanji, forcing a flicker from you. Ooh.
There's a reason why he keeps picking this up.
Yeah.
I know. Hey, Dominkai has to burn the flicker too. A whole lot of resources being used up on some of these small little fights happening across the map.
2 ults for a flicker. 2 minutes versus what, 30 to 40 seconds.
Alongside JP, Sanji's been on point this whole series as well. Looking at the items, slight, no clear obvious lead, maybe between the 2 junglers. Getting a little bit bigger now, but we still are in the earlier portions of the game. If JP and Sanji can link up again one more time to set things up for Carl TZ, Turtle 2 should be good for them, while Aurora, now I like their rotation. They're going for the Doming double, sending him to the mid lane. They have 3 bodies on him to help him out, get a little bit more farm. And now, I like this acceptance by Aurora that they really have to start speeding up the farm for their Granger.
Yeah, I talk a lot too about Demon Kite and how impressive he's been throughout Season 16 in general, but I feel like he's going to have to be the one to step up too, and then a lot of these objectives in the early game and then even later on in the Lords.
Oh my god.
He has to get the retributions off. He has to be able to get the secure in, but again, that's easier said than done, especially when you're zoned out by TLPH, who has solidified that strategy of fighting around that box, fighting around that zone. And who are they going to go for? Sanford, who's confident up to 1v2?
Answers back after receiving a face full of Mount Chakra to the face. No ult for Demon Kite, so Liquid have all the incentive in the world to just sandbag into this turtle. That's 2 for 2 now for the Cavalry.
Yep, there's a jump. They go in and they're able to lock down.
Force taking down Demon Kite. He thought he was safe for the orange, but it was just but a bait. Glorious pathway by Light to get on out of there, and Liquid have successfully invaded. Lights down! 40 gets him! The Apex Predator strikes again with a flicker! Bravest fighter, Carl freaking Teasy!
This is the stampede that we've seen time and time again from Team Liquid.
Liquid, no. Liquid, feel it. You've seen the intensity that they've shown. Every winning moment that they have, because I think they just know that they are way over in RORA's heads. RORA, they don't look like RORA.
They're not playing their game. Not even the same game they played 2 days ago. This is a different team. Liquid have put the fear of God into them.
Yeah, what happened? Like, how did they, like, again, is it just the gauntlet, the endurance test that Team Liquid Philippines has played from the play-ins, from day 2, 3, 4, all the way to now?
Yeah, they have the hotter hand. It seems like it's a learning experience again. One of the branding that we have for Team Liquid for this playoffs is the revenge tour, winning against teams that they couldn't get a win over in series throughout Season 16. And this would, Demon Kite, not again.
Sanji coming in, feathered airstrike, AOG, Demon Kite will not survive as JP serves up a kill to Sanji. Call Teasy, want to take down Light, and he does! Roast Centaur, anybody? 2 free kills for Cavalry.
This is the Golden Stampede. They know, they've outwardly said they don't want to think about winning M7. They don't want to think about that just yet because there seems to be a curse. But it looks like they are hell-bent and holding on to that. Everything perfect. JP helping serve up that kill to Sanji. The prediction of Sanji to put down the feathered airstrike to the path of where Demon Kite was going out instead of trying to go for Demon Kite correctly. And the timing of Carl Teasy to conserve the shadow out at the very last second.
There's just something about it. Third turtle's up. Sanford's going to jump in. He's zoning the mount. Carl gets the turtle.
3 for 3. Feathered airstrike has already wreaked havoc. And the shadow kill go into the back. Light falls. No front line for Aurora.
No one goes down except for Light. Could have been way worse for Aurora, but now that's 3 for 3 for the objectives for Carl Teasy.
The MVP of the season, the homecoming boy. Demon Kite,
taking a flicker out too. Demon Kite trying to get some space. Again, fighting between the turrets here.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. When you decide to pick up the Selena as the last pick, yes, again, one of the counters to fast, aggressive rotations to get a read in. But then it's so dependent on landing that Abyssal Arrow that it becomes a big coin flip of whether or not you can actually win fights. But the coin hasn't been landing in favor of Aurora. The Abyssal Arrows have not been impactful enough. Carl?
Oh my god.
Forced out the flick.
Magic damage.
The dash.
Physical damage.
Yep.
What do you do as Aurora, especially since your economy has already been under attack? One might argue that these traps and these arrows could be for zoning. But what is the follow-through? Like, by throwing out a trap, by leaving one in the random bush, does that open a farm for Demon Kite? Does that allow Demon Kite to do his thing? They force out a wings by wings from Sanji. A glorious pathway from Light, but they're really buying time, Carl. Shadow kill plus an AOG. In comes JP, forcing a revitalize from Light. Aurora's jungle is in shambles right now.
They jump in under the turret too. Carl teases around the orange. He's gonna go. Demon Kite could be in trouble.
Shadow kill! Already used. Down goes Demon Kite. Light gonna be up next. Oheb on a killing spree. Liquid. Match point is within fingers reach.
It's all falling apart for Aurora, all the way from the beginning and all the way up to now.
Liquid are relentless. and Aurora are helpless. They can't find anything. There's always something Liquid's throwing at them.
Throw an arrow.
That looks so desperate, bro.
And JP just accepts it with a smile on his face.
Again, if you're Aurora here, you're sitting here thinking, how do we even get a win in our favor when everyone on the team can't even get close enough? They've always been just reacting to what Team Liquid Philippines has been thrown at them. That's the difficult part, and that's been the story from game 1 to now, game 3.
I have to take the moment to show my appreciation for Coach RC and Coach Tic Tac, what they have done to Liquid. I wonder if one day we could be privy to the preparation, that the strategies that they had heading into this, because this is just perfect. They are decimating RORA.
Sanford's going to jump in. He wants to go for Edward. He will get the flicker out. An AOG used.
JP. This is all just to buy time. Carl was just working on the Lord. This is free for Liquid.
Everything has been free this game for Liquid. Again, just able to capitalize on this, make it all work, get to the point, and now they're just in the base here. Better airstrike.
Light right in the middle of all of it. Oheb pops him. Zamafor still standing. Dash and dash plus their Vitalize. Popping up that Harris. And now Edwards up next. Q1 is on a rampage.
Oh, they don't have any minions here. They could be trapped in. They have to get out. Oheb's going to force a fight.
Not Oheb. You can't tell him what to do. Dropping that Zamafor. He gets shut down. Takes too many a turret hit.
Messy and greedy there for Oheb, but Liquid, they are still in the lead. But they cannot afford a lot of that. They still have a Lord crashing in though. Edward's Throne of Ruin earlier, only for, wait, Abyssal Arrow lands?
Feather Dare Strike, the answer by Sanji, allowing the Lord to get a few more free hits in. Aurora gonna stop Liquid from coming in.
Ooh, it's like you said, Renmar earlier, back in game 1 and even in game 2. If TLPH has the lead, they like to play a little risky towards the base to at least continue to put the limit on RORA, and that's what they've been doing. So they get some of the Holy Shields down to work with. They still maintain a big, healthy lead, 7,000 up.
Yep.
And the items are all coming into place.
Yeah, almost 2,000 gold lead there for Carl TC's Hayabusa. 1,000. That's the saving grace right now for Aurora. The fact that Dominkite has been getting farmed. He hasn't died yet. Already up to a Malefic Roar. He has his core 3 items. But the problem is every other member of Aurora is who's struggling. You barely has items in. And even though you don't need that much items, you just land that Abyssal Arrow. It would be great to have a little bit more follow-up, which Aurora does not have enough of at this point.
You know what else Aurora doesn't have enough of? Time. They need so much farm on Demon Kite. Sure, that is what? Just a couple of thousand, but Dominkite isn't even firing off on all cylinders. Like, what do you even do if you get a 3-second stun?
Yeah, there's this, I don't know what it is, man, but over the course of history, when we talk about the rivalries, Demon Kite and Carl TZ, it just seems like Demon Kite cannot face that demon, man. I think it's its own inner demon that he faces when it's Carl TZ across from him.
The demon's demon. That is who Carl TZ is to Demon Kite. An echo of the past for Light as well. They said it, they just can't seem to take down these members. They took them down, but now they meet them again. Look at JP!
Oh, he's going to charge up, forcing Demon Kite again. This is what JP has been doing all series long. You have to give it up to him on being able to go ahead and lead that charge. Oheb dropping down his Almond Force.
Oh my god, a third of Demon Kite's health.
Just with one shot, man.
Just with one shot.
Gonna take his purple. He does get it.
Wow.
Demon Kite secures that, but is this what you want to do? Because again, the Lord is coming up here now. You don't have that much space to work with. Real quick, this is the Infinix GT30 Pro. You can experience victory for every Modlon gamer right now. We get a look at JP. As I was saying, this man has been doing work.
Yeah.
He's a dad here. He's daddy.
Oh, we really have to start floating the idea that that man is going to be the finals MVP by the end of today if Liquid can seal it. Free Lord. Again, RORA still cannot find an answer. They cannot crack the Team Liquid code.
At this point,
I don't know, scrambling in my head. At this point, it's miracles again. It's an Abyssal Arrow layering, somehow Oheb getting punished. But then if Oheb goes down, you still have to think about the Hayabusa's entry with the Shadow Kill. You still have to think about the damage you're going to be receiving from Feathered Airstrikes. And at this point, the fact that there's already an Oracle, even just the belt, even though that's not a full build item just yet, on the Queen's Wings for Sanford, that's okay because he can still fight longer engagements.
Oh my
and it goes
God.
back to what you said, Leo. Aurora do not have the time.
Wings by Sanji. He knows that this is a big ticket rotation. Popping that feathered air strike. The stun on the Carl TZ. In they go, forcing a shadow out. Carl has one more shadow. He's very low. Edward taking a few hits. Glorious pathway and a stun on the JP. Successful defense in the top lane. Bottom lane up next.
So far, a lot kind of thrown out there. They still got to deal with this Lord as it charges into the bottom base turret. There's an AOG.
Traceless out by Demon Kite. Shadow kill by Carl, taking out Edward. Feathered air strike.
Oh, Light's in trouble as he falls too. TL goes in.
Salmon Force underneath this base. Liquid can smell it. The Cavalry stampede through. They are at match point.
Everyone is perfect. OHIP is fired up. He knows they just need one.
Championship point. One more win. The series has been damn near perfect for Team Liquid Philippines. Rora's gonna have to go back to the drawing board and figure something out. Let's throw it over the panel to break down our game 3.
Man, I have not, again, we've seen them all throughout the season. I've not seen Team Liquid that fired up. And in that early game, really dominated and dominoed Aurora.
I've never seen that too. And I've also never seen Aurora in this state. It's so uncharacteristic of them to get stomped like this.
They were literally stuck. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place, even though there's no rocks here.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
How can we even go back to the drawing board after all this?
The drawing board is dead. The drawing board is in shambles on the floor.
Oh my goodness, there we go again. Another MVP for JP.
Oh man, JP is going crazy.
Yo, this man. 4-0 grand finals. What the heck?
And one more game to 5, Bree. One more game to 5-0. What the heck has happened? So far, JP has really been so instrumental, making sure the control is there, despite so many possible interruptions, stunts coming in from Aurora's lineup right now.
The way he just keeps throwing out the AOG perfectly. What did he have for breakfast? Or look at that! What did he do to prepare or condition himself for this series? Because this is such an ideal roamer that we're seeing in front of us right now.
Yeah, you know what? You guys are blaming JP, blame him for this victory, because right now it does feel like he is unstoppable.
Please do, please do.
And you know what, Bree, you're right. The AOGs, they don't even need to hit.
Yep.
They're zoning enough for Carl TZ to do his thing.
And it's Carl TZ and JP, I believe, who have just always sought Demon Kite. It's JP, it's given. JP is like it's like he's doing a man-to-man defense against Demon Kite, especially when there are objectives. It's impossible for you to not see JP actually trailing after Demon Kite or just making sure that he's never out of his sight. But when Carl TZ provides the follow-up, that's a completely different story. It will always result into not just a good zoning, but a kill. And how frustrating can that be for Demon Kite? He has barely any farm. There was a point where he was 0-3 on the season Shin. And my goodness, this is another scenario of I first picked this jungler, but it's not working against Liquid.
They're getting they're single-handedly destroying the blue side win rate. That's what they're doing. So what's up? Like, they are getting the cream of the crop, at least in their position. I feel like the Yi Sun-Shin would have been so good in either one of these junglers.
Yeah.
But so far, it feels like Team Liquid has been seeing these picks and saying, no, it's not good for you. We're gonna make it hell for this Yi Sun-Shin, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, I can't even think of like how Aurora are feeling after this. Like 3 losses in a row where you could barely put up a fight against Liquid and the stampede that they've constantly been doing against you. And for sure you could see how badly Aurora want to try something. There was one moment, I think it was when they were trying to defend their tier 3 turret up top, that they actually committed to doing or engaging in a fight. It was started off with a Throne of Ruin from Edward, followed by all other skills thrown out by Aurora, the Glorious Pathway, and some skill shots from Demon Kite and Domin Kite and Yue. But even then, you could see it's not enough. They have means to engage, to push forward, but they don't have the capabilities to chase.
Absolutely zero.
Especially if they use their tools to already commit to the fight. Because you could use the Glorious Pathway to chase, yes, but you have to use it for the fight if you're that much behind.
And for the most part, they did use it defensively.
Yes.
And I guess they were put in a position where they had no choice, Brigida. So I would say this is exactly just using the tools in your disposal. I am seeing Team Liquid speed it up because they know that the late game was not going to come in their favor, despite our casters, our esteemed, our noble casters saying that this is the most S16 draft they've ever seen so far in the playoffs.
And I just gotta say, we talked about it before it got back to the panel, but since the map's randomizing, what if we get Flying Clouds for last map? Won't that be like a bit too much for Aurora? Like, is everything going against them today or what? But
and we were also discussing, is that going to help? Yeah. Again, Carl Easy is the MVP there. I swear his GPM would have been like 1K there if that ended a lot sooner.
If only.
He was going bananas on the Hayabusa, which again, banana. Because that kind of proves why he is definitely the assassin guy, despite being the Fred man of the season so far.
Yeah.
So, I do not doubt his Hayabusa skills. Again, on par with some of the greats, or even sometimes even better than like Kyrie.
Oh, is that a hot take?
It's a hot take. I would say on par. I'm not saying, you know. But either way, before we get into the whole debate, we'd like to invite you guys, because we just recently got nominated for numerous titles during the Esports Awards.
Vote for Team Vitality for Esports Team of the Year. There's also Kirk for Esports Breakthrough Player of the Year, Team Liquid and Team Falcons for Organization of the Year.
And don't forget, Team Liquid right there is also nominated for Content Group Moonton, nominated for Esports Publisher of the Year, and Mobile Legends Bang Bang's Esports Mobile Game of the Year and Esports Game of the Year.
That's a lot.
I said year a lot. So, please help us out and prove to the world that MLBB, we don't need these viewer numbers that are very high right now, by the way. We don't need them to prove anything. We want you guys to prove it for us. Go ahead and vote at the Esports Awards. Help us out. And join us in the new season of MLBB Rising Open. It's an in-game mode designed to provide players a platform to engage in competitive gameplay and jump into the action here. Go ahead.
Yes, please do. There are a lot of prizes there. And I think this is a great way to reward yourself if you're a Vixana or a Guinevere main, because the Aspirants' new skins are now available. So participate in their Aspirants Unite themed draw event, because the first 10 times draw using diamonds is actually 50% off. And every 10 draws guarantees an epic or higher quality skin. So,
I personally use that 50% one draw per day.
Really?
I got the Vixen.
Oh. I got a Vixana, but I
did it.
Yeah, I kept pressing the button and I think I lost like 7,000 diamonds around that.
Because you're rich and we're not. We
no, I had diamonds saved up for that.
Sure, we believe you.
Because you see how beautiful the skins were.
It really is. I got both. I already got the Gwyn. I said, you know what? I need to complete it. It's only like 105 diamonds per day. So I was happy with that. You did it with 1,050, 1,050, 1,000.
To be fair, I got a lot more too.
Okay.
Because you get a lot in a single 10 times draw.
Do it. So many epic skins. So thank you so much for hanging out with us. Now go ahead out with Amira.
All right, we are here with Miss Irish Del Rosario, Infinix Philippines Supervisor, and Mr. Willie Lloyd Cruz, Infinix Philippines Community Manager. Hello po, ma'am.
Hello.
Philippines.
Thank you so much.
Kamusta naman? Kinakabahan ba kayo?
Medyo. Hindi mo mawala yun, pero nag-enjoy kami sobra.
Yes. All right. We all know that Infinix continues to, to be known for its innovation and adaptation to technology. So, what's new about this product and what inspired you to these changes?
Yes, of course. As we all know, the GT verse is expanding. And one of our products there is the GT30 Pro, which we all know is the official tournament phone of the MPL. But wait, there's more. Meron tayong perfect phone for our casual gamers.
Yes, so for our casual gamers out there, we have the GT30. So if you're a student, if you're a young professional, or just an overall fan of the game, the GT30 is for you. So kung ang GT30 Pro ang pang-competitive gamers, the GT30 is for, as they say, the madlang gamers.
Madlang gamers. Okay na ako sa isa dyan. Charot! So, what's new about naman? May bago ba kayong ilalabas or anything in terms of news and promotions na Infinix fans can look forward to?
Yes, of course. We have a piso sale, guys. So all you have to do is go to the Infinix Philippines TikTok shop. So that's at Infinix Philippines and search Infinix MPL S16. Just type in Infini MPL for you to get a chance, a limited edition MPL Season 16 GT30 merchandise for only 1 pesos.
Yes.
1 peso and the shipping fee, right?
Just don't forget the code, which is the INFIMPL. That's INFIMPL sa ating TikTok checkout. And kunin nyo na yung mga exclusive merch na nakaabang para sa inyo.
Baka ma-down yung system kasi sa sobrang raming makakuha ng piso sale na yan.
Yes, limited lang.
Limited.
Wow.
Yes.
And we also heard the good news that Infinix is nominated for Esports Commercial Partner of the Year. Kamusta naman? Ano naman ang feeling?
Yes, of course. Oh, definitely. We're so honored, to say the least. Thank you, guys. You know, the Esports Award is basically the Oscars of esports. So, we're really, really honored, and it shows that our efforts are making an impact on aspiring esports players and supporting the community. So, shout out to our loyal X-fans, our X-fan community.
Yeah, so iniimbitahan namin ang aming mga X-fans or even the MPLPH fans to support Infinix as the Esports Commercial Partner of the Year sa prestigious Esports Awards. So, every vote counts. So, sana supportahan nyo si Infinix.
And by the way, rumor has it that meron daw kayong kinokok na something with MPL this holiday season. Golden daw, I heard!
Yes.
Ano ba? Inspired ba yan sa ano?
Well, the Christmas season is really Filipino tradition, Almira. Infinix and MPL is really cooking something up. We're collaborating on something this Christmas season, but we can't really reveal too much. But it will be a golden holiday indeed.
Yes, indeed.
Yan ang naabangan ng mga super fans. So before we wrap this up, may gusto kayong sabihin once more?
Follow at Infinix Philippines in our all social media platforms. And also don't forget to join Infinix Philippines community group. And mag-enjoy tayo dun sa loob. Marami tayong fun giveaways. Meron tayong mga fun challenges. So see you there.
Thank you once again, Miss Irish and Mr. Willie.
Thank you.
We are ready for game number 4. Panel, over to you.
I kind of knew we were going to get a lot of surprises from Infinix. Obviously, the GT40 Pro has been performing so well here in the MPL Philippines Season 16. And here in the playoffs, it's no different.
Yeah, do you get to see the hand cams that get featured every now and then when we're in-game? I think my favorite hand cam was when it was showed on Zyda yesterday.
Oh yeah, the Fanny game.
We saw the Fanny hand cam when Zyda was playing it yesterday, and he had like a finger glove on his right thumb.
Oh, yeah, he's one of the few people who actually do that.
Yeah, and then they use 4 fingers, of course, being a pro player, and then you...
I only use 2, I'm sorry. Oh, free. For the items, 1 for the items.
It's only 3 for me also, but Zyda's just different. He's built different. And a lot of our players here are built different.
07 in the chat for Zyda. 07. All right.
We just had to bring it up.
Had to bring that up.
Some of us are still not over what happened last night, obviously, but based on how Liquid are playing, it's looking like a very much well-deserved grand finals for them. Yes,
it does feel like it. And I don't really want stuff like that to happen. I don't want to go home early, Bree.
Wait, what time is it?
It's only 7:30 p.m. At this point, we barely just started the regular season show.
Realistically speaking, not even our casters predicted us to go 4-0.
No one predicted less than 5 games.
No one!
No one predicted less than 5 games. So
I'm not sure if chat feels the same, but I'm assuming they do?
Chat, Brigitte is asking you.
No, because like Aurora's top one, we already threw out all the stats, all the facts, and how they just are the team who everyone expects to be the champion.
Yeah.
In playoffs.
We also brought out all the permutations of the drafts that they can do. It's just the execution is just damn.
Yeah.
Gotta say damn.
Yeah.
And here's a Clearhead super fan of the day. Who is gonna be the best among 2,000 plus attendees here in Cuneta Astrodome?
Wow.
Right? Who has the best hair right now and will win our Clear package? Power up your dandruff-free scalp, supercharged with Clear.
I thought that was him.
Apparently they'll receive 1 month supply. 1 month supply of Clear, man. What the heck?
Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win?
Oh, shit.
Okay, who? Oh,
damn. All right, this guy has the commercial hair. You know
this
the commercial
one,
hair?
This one looks like he styled his hair.
He styled it, yeah. It's
and then the other one has commercial hair.
This glossy look.
This
guy has commercial hair. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Look at these. Okay.
Who has the sharper jawline?
Okay, who? I wonder who the winner is.
Guys, it's 1 month supply of Clear, men.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Bring out your A game.
This is 1 month supply. Come on.
And for 1 month supply, who is it gonna be?
I think they also can't decide on who the winner is.
Yeah, I think Derek is having a hard time choosing one.
Come show us your dandruff-free scalp.
We want to see that dandruff-free scalp, bro.
I swear he styled that.
He styled it. Okay, there you go. Commercial hair wins.
Yeah, Mr. Team Liquid Jacket.
Commercial hair wins.
1 month supply of Clear, men. Amazing.
You'll be saving a lot of money. Congratulations. And that's it. He's a Clearhead super fan of the day.
I'm expecting to see a much more improved hairstyle from this guy in the coming months.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he's a familiar face. I think he's in the venue.
He's here a lot.
Quite often. Yeah.
He's here a lot. So congratulations, brother. And I really hope that Clear... Is there a Clear woman? I think there is. There should be. Or there will be. Yeah. Either way, please let us know.
And congratulations to our Clearhead Superfan of the day. Is he the last Clearhead Superfan for this season? Because
I think he might be, especially if we end right now.
Yeah, because that was already like one of the biggest prizes.
That's a lot.
It's a 1 month supply.
Even I can't finish off that much.
Yeah, previously we just used to give out like a Piper bag. So congratulations, you are the last Clearhead Superfan for the season.
Aww.
But shout outs to all our Clearhead Superfans throughout. We've seen a lot of luscious, dandruff-free scalps and hairs. What am I saying?
You can do it, Bree. Me in chat believes in you. Let's go. All right, so we are at a point where it's TLPH on blue side. That is insane, honestly. We'll get side select. I've already said it is crazy because Aurora has picked blue side for like 2 games or 3. And they've lost, I think. So I don't know what that means for this specific game. Some teams will get a little bit of advantage with red two picks. But is that going to happen here?
That's what we're about to see, because they're 5 seconds away from, I can't believe I'm saying this, but potentially the last game of tonight.
Of the whole season. And possibly for the whole year for MPL Philippines.
Oh my... Okay.
Because we're going to be waiting for M7.
Don't tell me this is Clouds, okay?
If it becomes Clouds...
Because if the randomizer's randomizing, then Aurora might not want that for this.
It is! It's flying Clouds! We got all 4 maps now.
The randomizer is randomizing a bit too much for today.
And in Flying Clouds, it's showing us an 88% win rate for Team Liquid.
I'm not sure how Aurora feels about this, but we just gotta play. Okay.
If you're a Aurora fan, you just gotta put your hands up. Spam that blue heart. Or that light blue heart.
Everything's happening so fast.
What the heck's happening here? Insta-locking here with Cartesia on the Predator and Dominkite back on the house.
Oh my gosh,
what is happening, Bree?
Okay, there's a name for this kind of speed in draft. I think it was
Blitz draft.
It was a Blitz draft, but now it's another jungler for Demon Kite. Anakai for Demon Kite. Wow.
This feels like it is going to be. I'm sorry to say this. It feels like a last ditch attempt. To really stop the Fredrin man. Stop the Fred man from overtaking this game.
You gotta have a way to be a bit more secured when it comes to objective takes. Akai definitely has one of the biggest resources that you can use to prevent easy access to either using your retribution or just contesting the objectives in general. Ooh, I'm seeing myself, hello.
Hey.
But yeah. So they take out the Farsa. Finally, it gets respected as well here. So there won't be any go-to artillery mages available for the second phase of the draft so far. But
is that one way they're trying to balance this out, by removing some of these mid lane picks that could disrupt the team fight?
Yeah, I think now's the time that we get to see a Kimi from Aurora, because there's a Gatot Kimi matchup potentially, and there are no ranged burst damage mages.
Yeah, no major threats to you, so that might be an option.
And even dive, because it's just a Lapu, and at least you have like a way to quickly reposition yourself if ever you did want to, but at most it's just a Fredrin that's serving as the front. We don't know what JP's hero is yet though. So that's also one thing they might want to consider. But based on how things are going, or based on how things have been going, the Hilda also too is still available, though I might not consider that, especially in this scenario where the Akai is the jungler for Aurora. So JB maybe might pick up something else this time around.
I still am waiting for the chip from JP.
Are we? But this is an Akai Gatot Kacha though, so the AOG and the heavy spin might not make it that easy for a chip.
The combo
to
is
come
off,
through. Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, you could do the assassination 5-man gank.
Yeah, honestly, even the Matilda's still there.
And night.
Yeah. Uedo, he is putting everything on the Sicilian.
Yeah. So going back, I think available roamers out there are.
You want to be safe. Do you want to Hilda here?
Interesting thing about Hilda really is that, but they still go Hilda.
We're going Lobo.
Okay, what does Edward pick in this scenario? Edward has to have a very reliable XP laner.
We might have to go Alice or...
The Alice is there, but...
Or Terizla here.
It's
Terizla. Yeah. There you go. Okay. I mean, this is so... It's like plugging a hole in the sinking ship.
I'm trying to digest everything that's happening. Because aside from the fact that this was probably the fastest draft we've ever had for the whole series, this is looking so much like Liquid's comfort.
It is. It's maximum comfort. They have not brought out the Lo Yi in a long time as well, Brigida.
And I'm not sure how I feel about the synergies of the Gatot Akai Terizla.
Same here, same here. So I don't know what Aurora's thinking, but I hope that we can be surprised, or else this is gonna be the last series for the day, or last game for the day. Front over there, casters. Let's go.
Championship point right now for Team Liquid Philippines, unless RORA, with this interesting draft to say the least, can do something about it in this game 4. Renmar, looking at the draft with your analyst hat on, man. What's going on here? This looks a little confusing.
Yep. Throwback to MSC 2025. It was the Fredrin Akai matchup that gave SRG the only win that they got against Team Liquid Philippines in the grand finals then. Let's see if it is actually a panda-sized hole that is the problem of RORA, and it's enough with an Akai to plug it. They have their Harris, they have their Sicilian, back to comforts. Edward needs to be on point with his entries alongside Light on the Gatot Kacha.
There's a big problem about that, Renmar. This is not MSC 2025. We are thousands of miles away from Riyadh, almost 6 months removed from a said event, and even if, guess who won that damn big tournament?
Well, we all know who that was. And it's crazy to think that, again, for how many times have we seen the gold lane change in the season, and especially here in the playoffs, and all we've seen today is Granger and Harith.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to these two gold laners, those are the top picks for both of them. The most synonymous with their MPL Philippines Season 16 versions. Lots of tough boots across the board because of all the crowd control that both lineups had. Lo Yi has had a terrible MPL Philippines Season 16. That is the one thing that RORA is banking on. One of the few things that they can bank on here, and that Liquid need to change their narrative around that hero. Let's see once we are in the turtle fights, if the heavy spin is enough to mess up with Carl Tizzi's retreat game.
Oh, JP pressing load game on all of the previous wins that he had in with his best of 7, just on Light's face. Yua too getting managed. Turtle down to a 5th of its health. Heavy spin by Demon Kite, pinning down 40. Oh! Sanji takes down the smiling demon as Carl takes the turtle. Sanford falls. Traded out for once more. Double kill for the chef.
Not the start you want to have. Could have been significantly cleaner. Aurora are gonna regret fighting that first turtle like that. But Aurora are still in this. Domikai's been controlling Oheb in lane. Sanji's appearance here is one of the few times that Domikai's been able to show up. But now with Oheb, with a level gap, able to balance things out towards his favor.
And this is the thing here too, JP, someone's got to control JP from RORA, man. He's been having a hell of a time, probably one of his best series so far in his career against RORA, game to game to game to game, and it's causing too much havoc on Demon Kite even to even have this kind of jungler that we're used to seeing for Demon Kite.
Yeah, it was Sanford who was able to get this. Oh, AOG, oh, Light misses.
That's it. Oheb flickers out, Sanji too. Close call, but Liquid will do anything to be able to keep this 1,000 gold lead.
I'm seeing a lot of desperation from Aurora from the first 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Look, JP and Sanford, they're not letting this guy farm comfortably at all. This has been the toughest series Demon Kite has ever played all season long.
That's what I said. I think maybe what they found out, one of the weak points here for Aurora to deal with that dominant gameplay we've seen all season from them is to put unbelievable pressure on Demon Kite. Again, throughout the series, he has not been able to position himself to even contest the objectives the way that he wants, or the way we're used to seeing Demon Kite.
Oh my God! Light got JP on him and called easy. He goes down. Light takes a nap.
Massive disconnect. I was surprised that it was that bush that Light was holding at that point. Just hold lower bottom mid, or in his perspective, it's upper mid.
Oh. Brave Spider by 40, delaying Edward the retreat. I think he wanted to respond somewhere. Oh no, it's Sansan right on Edward. They send themselves down bottom, rotating towards the turtle. Big fight already. Zaman Force dropped by Domikite. Liquid pushes them out of that favorable position as Liquid takes 2 for 2.
A good use of the diversion to come help secure that second turtle. But now look at this, they're gonna put pressure on the purple.
Red Death Purple right in DK's face. Carl TZ is a menace.
He did not commit the turtle. He slowly used his abilities and basic attacks to take it down. Walked up, retribution away. And now the clock is starting to strike midnight, getting closer and closer to the story of RORA ending with heartbreak.
Edward gets hit with an Appraiser's Wrath, survives with about 10 HP, forcing Light to revitalize.
RORA's in that position now where, hold on, Domikai should be okay, but man, JP again just being a nuisance all over the place. RORA's in the position where they have to support Demon Kite or at least find a win somewhere else.
Joseph, do you hear how ridiculous that sounds?
It does.
Support the Akai?
He needs help.
He needs so much more help. Aurora hasn't changed their game plan all series long. Instead of focusing on making sure that Demon Kite is comfortable, Demon Kite can get farmed, that the center of the map is good, they've been changing their focuses, putting a lot more focus on the Demon Kite, not putting enough focus onto Edward as well, and Demon Kite is suffering.
I mean, look at this. They're centered around Demon Kite right now, too, as he falls further behind. Carl TZ, diversion trip to the mid lane. Again, what can RORA do from this point? Who do they go for? Who do they bank on? Is it just Doming kind of the Hereth?
Light intercepting on Carl. Sanford tabs on Demon Kite, forcing that defensive heavy spin. Bravest Fighter already keeping back the Apex Predator. Oh no, Demon Kite's not gonna taste his purple once more.
They're moving way too fast. Purple still goes to Carl TZ. Every angle, every entry point blocked off. Every member man-to-man zoned.
Oh, under the turret, in between it they go. Light's gonna be in trouble again, he's so low!
Carl TZ with the Appraiser's Wrath, 7-4 drop by Doming Kite. The flicker from Sanji, backing out, push in mid, tier 1 down.
JP sees the low health bar on Doming Kite, and he's like, you know what? Nah, I won't risk it yet. We don't have that 6-7K gold lead we usually have.
6-7. You know what else is funny? The fact that JP stood there and showed him, yeah, I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah.
That must be some mental damage dealt to Doming Kite's game.
From the walkouts to what they're doing during the game, from walking out from the playing area to back to their huddle areas, it seems like that's been the story. Liquid have just been living rent-free in RORA's heads. RORA have not played their game all series long. RORA have looked uncomfortable all series long. And now Liquid, it's their series to lose, their game to lose. Glowing Wand locked in for the Sicilian, but still, the lead is too far.
This makes sense because a lot of us forgot throughout Season 16, this is their house. This is where Stallions live and run free. They are the defending champions and they are bullying Aurora since game 1. Heavy spin, they isolate the GOAT. Carl TZ sent underneath, tier 3 down bottom. That's a kill for Aurora.
There we go, that's something RORA needed.
Right with an AOG. Intercepted by JP and Sanji. They laid on a smackdown on the Light. Bravest Fighter onto that Gatot. They take him down, serving up a kill to Oheb.
All part of the plan, I guess, for TLPH. Maybe Carl TZ wasn't supposed to be heavy spun into a turret, but TL still gets something and it's still on the purple.
They don't even have the retribution, they just have the man advantage. And they still get it, and it's on the Granger of all people.
Kill 1 is a different beast. The day he woke up, and he chose to be greater than ever. He chose to show the world, hey, I am the M3 MVP. I am a 3-time champion. Now he's looking to be a 4-time champion.
This has to be heartbreaking for the RORAs. It was RORA that had the most clear, coded intention of the season. Champions. That's it. No looking towards M7. Just get the championship. Finally win that chip for the org. They missed out on it in 14. Didn't even make it to the grand finals in 15. But now they are on the brink of just getting trampled by the hooves of Liquid.
Juxtaposed to Liquid, who clearly said in their post-match interview last night, we're looking at M7. What is this? Another day in the office?
I think it is just another day here for Team Liquid as it's another objective that's going to be going in the hands of Carl TZ. RORA isn't even close to this. They're huddled around the tier 2 turret, trying to think of a plan on how to get this game under control.
Joseph, is this a turquoise ube? They're really just stuck together.
They're stuck, man. I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. RORA, I think even for themselves, if the Stampede, for some reason, has just completely whiplashed them throughout this series 4 games in a row.
And leading the charge is JP. Oh, diversion.
Oh, they're all in there! They bait out a heavy spin from Demon Kite, who was just doing this darkness to get his own purple, and he gets denied again.
This is not a series at all for Demon Kite. Can't even touch his buffs. They have to watch the tier 2 turret fall. That Lord making its way down the bottom. Aurora needs so much more time to make this composition shine, and it's just not happening here.
In a season where the defending world champions, Onyx Philippines, admitted they've forgotten who they are, Liquid are reminding the world who the hell they are right now. Closer and closer to Immortality yet again.
Edward gets defended down bottom. In comes Edward. Light with the intercept to the back line. Simon Force dropped in. Light falls. Oheb gets another one. Stacks Oheb goes down. Ewan gets the kill. Edward barely alive. Carl Teasy goes down. Massive trade. Big win for Aurora. 2 for 1. Sanji gonna bite it 2. Make it 3.
A big trade for Aurora. They lost the base turret, but Team Liquid has done this time and time again. That first Lord 5K ahead, they go into the base anyway.
Now that was Aurora's fault. That was Edward and Light with the link up, the flank, the gank, the set, and Demon Kite getting the heavy spin to make sure that they can even get a kill onto Sanji. Now we've got ourselves a game. This is now within Light's reach.
Let's take a look at the replay, exactly what happened. Again, Edward jumps in, Light comes from the back. They do get overloaded with damage, but they force it all this under the turret. So even when Carl goes down, Edward gets away with a sliver of health.
Joseph, that is the magic keywords, under the turret.
Under the turret. So, it's happened many times.
So that means that wouldn't have happened elsewhere on the map.
Yeah.
Aurora has to take their lucky stars. Liquid were willing to overcommit.
You asked if this is a turquoise-coded Ube. One of the greatest strengths of Ube back in the heyday was making comebacks through moments like these. Being able to come back just when you thought they'd lose one sequence or turn it around, there is still a significant lead that they have to chip away at. Carl Teasy with the Athena Shield, Dominance Ice, didn't full build into the Anti-Cuirass, but Oheb still has a significant lead over Dominkite. Good thing for them is now, though, it's 12 minutes in, then yeah, they already have the Holy Crystal on the Harith and a Divine Glaive as well for the Sicilian. So this is within comeback reach, and Liquid cannot overheat.
They can't overheat. Aurora, are they even in a position to want to contest this?
For the first time in 12 minutes, yes. They're trying.
JP.
What a dance. JP taking that flank. Aurora have eyes on him. I'm pretty sure someone saw. JP comes in. Eyes on UF, forcing that Bass Feast. Lord at 1/10 of its health. Carl Teasy trying to keep it up. And then AOG on Light. Lord still standing. Demon Kite secures after a heavy spin tango. And Carl Teasy goes down. Demon Kite finds him. Demon Kite falls. 1 for 1 trade.
He's gone. The diversion's going to be used. They get out of there. They have to get out, but Demon Kite got the Lord. They go back.
Salmon Force by Demon Kite, pushing Oheb out. Now the next target, gonna be Sporty. The Apex Predator gets 3. In comes Oheb. Daddy JP to the rescue.
And the Edward's gonna miss. And Oheb's still firing off the back.
JP finds Demon Kite. Edward gets taken out by his former brother Oheb. Now it's just you and Light left.
What are they gonna do? They have to deal with the Lord here. Light and UA will be able to clear out the minions, so it's going to be just that. Lord buys them time for Aurora to stay in the game.
This is the most exciting the series has been all grand finals long. Liquid do not have the iron grip as they did. RORA finding clapbacks. The heavy spin perfect. Demon Kite getting the retry, but it was Liquid with the counter punish yet again. They can't afford to do that because of the lead. And who was it that showed up right at the nick of time to turn things around? It was the Hilda running up to Aurora, but Aurora are still in this, and Liquid must not rest on their laurels and their lead.
So 2 warning shots now to the Cavalry. Hey, you slipped up once inside the base. Even outside the base, Aurora can clap back. I'm looking at Daddy JP's items. He's got to build that bolt, man.
He's got to get the ball, do a little damage. The Blade of Hepsies might be able to help him do that, but
finish the job. I think that's what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Dominicite died earlier, then maybe the exchange would have been better for Liquid.
It might have been.
Yeah, he was single-handedly zoning out Yue again, which is why it felt like a long time for, we were wondering, where the hell's the Sicilian? Where's all the effects of the Sicilian spells? And it didn't happen up until JP finally showed up, and then Yue could finally join in.
At this point, though, RORA has accomplished one thing, that's time. Again, we talked about this when the Sicilian was picked up earlier on by Yue, and that's what he needs to get the stacks.
They bought time.
They did buy time, and he just got a clock of destiny for more time. So now at this point, RORA is in an actual position of contention for the next Lord. That's really what the focus is going to be here. Unless TLPH, mind you, we haven't seen the Luoyi pop up too much, but now that you have that, you can play at a macro level, and they're still going to put pressure on the purple buff of Demon Kite. But he will go ahead, and it looks like he doesn't get it. He hasn't had majority of his buffs, but I'll tell you what, the last fight for the Lord is why we saw what an Akai can bring to these objectives. If the team is able to capitalize on that and Demon Kite can get that space with a heavy spin, he can secure it. And every Lord that's secured from this point is a big win for RORA.
RORA has had immaculate minion wave control all season long, and they have to keep that up. The lack of the turret in the bottom lane, the lack of good health on the turret in the mid lane, and they're up against Liquid Slow Yi, Sanji Slow Yi. How heartbreaking would it be if, despite everything that they've done in this game, it's the signature Liquid backdoor?
Oh man, Demon Kite taking a ton of damage, already at half health.
I'm looking at Dominica, he flushes Daddy JP out, and that is a huge threat, maybe even worse than a split push.
JP goes mid, bottom. He wants to go ahead and push that turret in so that Yue has to respond.
Yeah. He's just hitting the siege minion. He's not full clearing it, allowing the minions to slowly finish the job so he can rejoin.
Half health on this Lord here. Demon Kite, he's going to have to make a play.
Sanford on him. Oheb comes in close. Bravest fighter coming in. Demon Kite still secures the Lord. Is that enforced by Dominicite? That's not a fight that they want to take. AOG light out of here. Now the base going to be up next. Oh my God! The Golden Road beckons. Stampede complete. The Cavalry goes back to back.
What a play! Team Liquid Philippines are your MPL Season 16 champions!
Doubts answered with an undeniable reality that crushes the brightest of dreams. Team Liquid are better than you. Team Liquid are on the Golden Stampede. Team Liquid are undisputed!
It runs in their blood. They've done this over and over again. From Jakarta to Malaysia to Cambodia, a backdoor win by Liquid.
I posed the possibility. I didn't expect it would actually happen. I already said it leading up to that Lord.
I said as well, the Luoyi is a macro play. And they just brought the Cavalry down there. We talked about managing that wave, and they used it to their advantage to win the championship.
The story continues for Aurora. The night ends in heartbreak and tears. All the hard work that they did in the regular season. Reminding them whose house this is. This is Liquid's.
Again, it's been amazing to be with you guys joining around the world. Season 16 has been a treat. It's been us, the We Bear Bros, me, Leo, and Renmar to bring you the action. Let's throw it over on stage to hear for our winners.
Super fans, with that sweep, make some noise for your back-to-back champions, Team Liquid Philippines!
After 8 weeks and 5 days of the playoffs, we now have our MPL Philippines Season 16 champions! Get ready to lift your trophy you've earned!
What a moment! An opportunity for them to complete the Golden Road, and they have what it takes to continue it yet again, making something happen, moments for them, and now I think it is time.
I think they're ready this time. Get ready to lift the trophy you've earned. In 3, 2, 1.
Lahat ng pagod at sakripisyo para makuha ang pangarap. A well-deserved trophy and your symbol of immortality. To present more of the awards, we welcome on stage Mr. Victor Tan Kabuay, Beso Project Manager. Now to award their medals. Coach Tic Tac.
Coach RC.
Sanji.
JP.
Perks.
Carl TZ.
The Apex Predator, Sanford!
OHEB. And their manager, Miss Mitch Liwanag. Once again, your champions, Team Liquid Philippines! And finally, we award our final MVP! The player that has significantly contributed to their team's road to immortality. Presenting this award is Miss Janet R. Tumang, Supervising Sports and Games Regulation Officer. And Mr. John Carlo R. Felix, Sports and Games Inspector. And now, are you ready to find out your finals MVP?
Sino ang boto ng madla?
Any guesses? Isigaw nyo! And your finals MVP is...
you now have a Finals MVP kasama ang iyong mga kakampi. And mind you, JP is still undefeated in a Grand Final! What's the secret, JP? Ano bang nangyayari whenever you step into a Grand Finals para mag-evolve ka na ganito?
Ano lang po talaga, nagpo-focus tapos saka ginagawa ko lang po yung best ko para sa teammates ko para makakapag-experience din.
What an incredible performance for the Grand Finals. I bet hindi nila in-expect yung ganitong outcome. And kahapon, nakausap natin ang Team Liquid Philippines. I wanna ask Sanford dahil kahapon sinabi mo na hindi nyo inaasahan or hindi nyo ina-aim yung championship today. What happened this morning? What made you decide? Ano ang tumakbo sa isip nyo na ganito kalakas ang Team Liquid Philippines stepping into the Grand Finals?
Ano lang po yun reverse psychology lang po yun. Pero talagang in-enjoy lang po namin yung series tapos ayun, sobrang nagulat kami na nakuha namin yung ganito resulta.
So this is Team Liquid Philippines without any pressure. This is your potential. Pero parang may na-pressure kanina. OHEB!
OHEB! Nararamdaman namin yung pressure dito
OHEB, Game 3 pa lang. Palong-palo ka na. Anong meron doon? What's the story behind it?
Gusto ko lang talaga bumawi sa RORA, kaya sobrang gigil ko kanina. Pero mga close naman kami yan, sa in-game lang talaga magkakalaban.
Parang hindi kayo naniniwala. Naniniwala ba kayo? Nako, medyo tagilid ang resulta ng iyong interview pero hindi tagilid ang inyong naging resulta with this tournament. Once again, your Finals MVP, JP! What a moment for all of Team Liquid Philippines and for the rest of them that are right here. In behalf of everyone that has made it all happen, in behalf of our teams, staff, and the rest of everybody support, maraming salamat po sa lahat ng nagpunta sa Cuneta Astrodome to be part of history. And in behalf of Almira, Odin, my name is Hans Galeria, and this has been MPL Philippines Season 16! Champions, you can do your trophy lift one more time. Odin, please do the counting for us.
Once again, you may lift the trophy that is rightfully yours. In 3, 2, 1! Congratulations to your champion!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera. HP racing made a setup. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda. Full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas. Kasama pataas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas.
Pinas, iuwi namin yung panalo. Patuloy din nating ipakita sa buong mundo na Pinas lang ang malakas. Final lap to Immortality. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the FPL Philippines Season 16 Grand Final!
M7! Nakaitumba ni M7!
Pagkatrasa ng Aurora, dalawa na lang ang natitira sa kanila at may wave pa sila sa gitna.
Inaabangan na lamang nila! Yui goes down!
Ang patay na naman ang TLPH at sa kanila na ang Gate 1.
Wala na silang pake sa loob ng mga tore ng Aurora at makukuha pa nila ang pangalawang Lord na ito with the largest gold lead in the game. Oh no! David!
Dalawang miyembro, may pagparil-paril pa na ginagawa dito. Popping na Immortality, mamamatay si Light at sila na lang ang nakitira. Wipe out para sa Cavalry.
TLPH na naghahanap ng kanilang match points sa Grand Finals.
At mapapagsak